Yes, sir.
I'm going to say something.
That's what he told me. He called me a little bit. He said, Chris, I just want you to know I'm just here. Yeah. Bullshit, bullshit. Hey, how you doing?
All these down fair weather directors didn't show up. What did I say, Leroy? No, but I can run. Hey, I can run.
He's got his concealed.
They got to get me in the back.
Keep your back to the fence. A latch string on the inside, Peter.
Yes, sir.
Just one ranger here today. That's so rare.
All that you ensure you have silenced your cell phones and or pagers. I would also like to remind everyone in attendance that this meeting is being live streamed via the internet on the BRA homepage. Each director received notice of the board meeting. The public meeting notice was properly posted as required by law. Directors Bell, Belt, Brashear, Creel, Rankin, and Masterson indicated that they would not be present for this meeting. This time we have set aside to hear from you, the general public. Those of you who are interested in providing comments and filled out one of the cards available at the receptionist desk will be called on to approach the podium to make your comments at this time. We encourage you to speak your mind and tell us your thoughts. Be mindful, however, that while you can say anything you wish, the board cannot deliberate or discuss issues that are not posted on the meeting notice. That is not our requirement, it's state law. The board is limited in its ability to participate in discussions or deliberations by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act authorizes a government body to give members of the public an opportunity to speak at a public meeting and provide comments. However, the board may not deliberate or act on any matters which have not been specifically posted on the agenda. In an effort to provide everyone an opportunity to speak, we request that each presentation be limited to 3 minutes. Our first speaker will be Mayor Nin Hewlett, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board, for allowing me to speak today. I'm Nin Hewlett, the Mayor of Granbury, and I'd like to speak first of all on behalf of the citizens and several businesses in Lake Granbury. As you know, our city depends upon part of our lake for tourism and economic development. So when the lake is low, it doesn't help our city. This is the reason for our future infrastructure needs, is why we remain concerned that possible future water sales would send more water out of the upper basin. Now, I've discussed with some of the board members and staff that we have with some of our citizens and business and organizations and city staff who have worked together with different initiatives to work around our current lake levels and maintain our city tax revenues, our sales tax, hotel occupancy tax, and all those other revenues. But how much more could we accomplish for our citizens with a lake that brings more guests and associated business to our community? We could do a lot more. The lake, for many of us, regard as a part of our identity. And when I say this, we work under a $40 million budget in the city of Granbury. We've been able to maintain that, as you see, with our tax rates, our sales tax has been constant and probably going in an upper level. But that's with the help of our citizens in Granbury. They have put together several community activities that have established that. We can only hold on for so long, but with the lake level, with the lake having water in it, we could do even much more with that. Now, I know that you don't control the rain, but also to ask that you consider how much flexibility the authority has to deal with the long-term low lake levels we've been experiencing for some time now. Some engaged, innovative citizens here in Granbury have shared with me their out-of-the-norm box ideas regarding water management in our lake. And I'd like the opportunity in the future to sit down and visit with you about some of these ideas. You know, as you know, we've got some really educated people in Lake Granbury area there. As yourself, I know everybody on the board probably weren't water experts when you came on the board, but you're well educated, you're smart individuals. We have those people in our city of Granbury, and they've came to me many times with ideas that they would like to bring forward and to discuss with you all. So I would encourage you to get a hold of my office or to come to me and to sit down, and I would like to share some of those ideas some of the citizens of Granbury have brought to me that could help in management of the water. Well, we're really proud that Granbury is such a vibrant area, much more than just a lake. I know you join me in wanting Lake Granbury to be as vibrant a lake as possible, and that's what we want to happen. So we look forward to continuing to work with the authorities on this and other issues of interest related to Lake Granbury. Now, I would love to stick around after the meeting and talk to a few individuals, but I have to get back to Granbury. I've got some 8th graders that want to hear about city government, so I don't want to hold them up. I don't want to let them down. Those are our future leaders. But I do want to thank you for your service to the state and hope that you will consider what flexibility the authority has to help address this long-term low lake levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Mike Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Ford and BRA Board, for allowing us to speak today. My name is Mike Lang. I live in Granbury, Hood County. And some of you may know I'm running for Texas State House District 60, which encompasses both Possum Kingdom and Lake Granbury. On a side note, first, I would like to see the Pledge of Allegiance said prior to the meeting. That'd be good. The The BRA is tasked with the responsibility to develop and manage the water resources of the basin. I challenge you to develop ways to bring water to our basin and sustain the water we have. I also challenge you to manage the basin in a manner that represents the people from our watershed. It's imperative that we protect the water in the upper basin. Selling additional water from the basin during times of drought stresses the entire upper basin system. The BRA and the legislators need to make sure that we have plans in place to supply the lakes so the local communities are not permanently crippled by the lake that has been drained for the sole purpose of profit. I also believe appointments should be designed to represent the people in the watershed. The emphasis should be on storage and sale of water so that the local economies affected have a voice on the board. My concerns for the present and the future of our basin. All parties need to come together for a solution to the growing water problems that we face. We have to remember that elected officials and appointed officials are here to serve the people and not the other way around. I'm willing to meet anyone on the board to discuss the matters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Gene Fissler. See if I can get there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Gene Fissler, and today I'm representing the Lower Brazos River Coalition. I'm here on behalf of our chairman, the Honorable Judge Matt Sebesta from Brazoria County. We represent a group of concerned individuals, cities, counties, chambers of commerce, businesses, industries, farmers and ranchers, hunters and fishermen. We represent a 3-county area, most of all of Brazoria County, most of Fort Bend County, and a great big chunk of Galveston County. Close to 1 million Texans depend on the flow of the Brazos River, and I know you guys know that, and we appreciate the work you have. Brazos is the lifeblood of our towns and our cities. It's the water we drink every day. It's the water we bathe in periodically. Water that flows into our schools, our hospitals, our churches. Without it, we can't live. It grows our crops, it supports our forests and the resources, our fishing and our hunting in this part of the state. Our goal as an association, as a coalition, is to participate in the debate, like today, mostly in Austin, sometimes in the media, and occasionally here in places like Waco. We're here to assure that the state manages the Brazos River supplies based on science, sound engineering, and state law. We want to acknowledge the BRA for the challenges it faces in a river that I think is basically fully subscribed. The water resources in the state are basically fully subscribed. There are more permits that could be granted. There is more water to be conserved. But in a drought, those challenges are certainly highlighted and exacerbated. We're pleased to continue to work with the BRA, our coalition, and all the industries, businesses, and individuals in the lower basin to manage the resource to meet the needs of its customers. It's vitally important to the water that's in storage, that's in conservation up in this part of the state in the 11 reservoir system that is used for the purposes that it was intended for, and to serve and flow and to serve the customers of the BRA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Wayne McKithen.
My name is Wayne McKethan. I'm city manager, city of Granbury. I too want to thank you for allowing us to speak. In regards to what the mayor said, our city has seen some reduction in valuation. We have because of the lake levels on lake-related properties. We've lowered north of the bridge on Highway 51 bridge. We've lowered the land values 25%. South of that bridge, we've lowered them 20%. We continue to see valuations, or at least sales perhaps, talking to realtors, that the value cost per square foot of homes are going much closer to non-lake related properties. The lake related properties are lowering. that continues to show that there is some deterioration. I guess where I come from is that we have always counted on the BRA and the standards that they've shown over the last 25 years to maintain a target. And my previous experience was with corporate Bank of America for almost 30 years prior to being city manager. And what we always stressed was keeping targets greater than critical points. And reserves, if you want to relate it to money, we always looked for source of funding that we kept primed and ready and kept those situations where the targets were greater than your critical issues. As you lower your targets and lower the need for reserves, for resources and water in your reservoirs, that is a concern that it puts your critical points at risk. And so there, we would encourage you to go back to the targets and the things that you cared about for the last 25 years, where you kept those reservoirs, you took care of them, and had the same concern for the quality of the reservoirs as you do for other mandated situations. Like we have a reservoir right next to us that you know is a mandated that it be 100%. And it is 100%. And so if you mandate, it turns out what gets mandated gets done, okay? And so to lower your standards such that you drain one of the two reservoirs that I'm told you control in the upper part or the very top of your chain seems to be counterproductive to ultimately being able to respond to your crises. And so we would encourage you to continue and to go back to the standards you had in previous years and previous management and go and take care of your reservoirs as well as you did then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Rodney Gerson.
My name is Rodney Gerson. I live in Granbury, Texas. And I have here a letter from Steve F. Berry, Commissioner of Precinct Number 4. He's unable to attend today, and I would like to read this letter. It's dated April 27th of 2015, today. And I'll start. BRA board members and BRA staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Commissioner Steve Berry, who is in Austin at legislative issues. I have been county commissioner for 9 years, and in my third term, and up until the Moore Shepherd Dam quit generating electricity, Lake Granbury has been a wonderful, usable lake, remained constant level for approximately 30 plus years of its life. I have addressed this board in past about issues and permits and what my residents in Hood County are concerned about and what they don't understand about river authorities. I still to this day have no defined answer on how to handle fire safety issue and hazard on the lake bed of Lake Granbury, particularly in the north end of the lake. Over 18 months ago, Senator Birdwell, Representative Kiefer, and staffs, Hood County Judge, along with Hood County Fire Marshal, Texas Forest Service, BRA, TCEQ, Parks and Wildlife, and others met to find a solution or mediate the solution in case of large fires or wildfires in the riverbed. I just asked the Fire Marshal Ray Wilson, and there is still no definitive answer from BRA or state on how to handle this situation. He goes on to say, would you want to live next to an overgrown varmint, rat, and snake-infested neighborhood that does not take care of its properties? Neither do the residents of Hood County. I have a few emails from concerned residents who emailed me after getting no response or direction from BRA and staff. And I quote, Bill and Elaine Allen, who live on north end of Lake in Laguna Vista, a development line with $200,000 to $300,000 plus homes, wrote this in spring of 2014. Quote, I cannot get anyone to clean up or pay for cleanup in the riverbed, and it's causing issues with snakes, insects, rodents. What can I do about this, or who do I call? I have spent hundreds of dollars to have this moved and cleaned. Who is responsible? Unquote. Bill Rhodes wrote in December of 2014, as an owner of many lakefront water properties on Lake Granbury, I and many residents have suffered devastating economic consequences due to mismanagement of water in the Brazos River Basin. Deborah Warburton wrote me in January of 2013, quote, my husband and I moved to Granbury 8 years ago to live on Lake Granbury, and it was wonderful until we lost our water. My husband drives 3 hours round trip a day to work 5 days a week, and me 4 days a week to live on Lake Granbury.
Sir,
The
I
move
hate to
was
interrupt
not
you,
taken
but
lightly.
you're running over your time, sir.
I'll speed it up. Thank you. I just have one more paragraph. I had testimony thrown out at the water permit hearing asking about fire safety issue and the fire load on the north end of Lake of Granbury. This is a true issue of life safety issue, whether we debate it at a water permit hearing or now, but BRA owns the lake beds and land where the water once stood. Someone needs to be accountable and do the right thing and answer the calls, emails, and concerns of many who for years were young, good customers of dock fees and water pumps. The citizens of Hood County who used to live on Lake Granbury. Thank you for your time. Please understand this River Authority problem needs your attention as a board. Please educate yourself and ask questions. Signed, Steve Berry, Hood County Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Carol Gerson.
I'm Carol Gerson. I'm a Lake Granbury resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. On a Ask the BRA document on the BRA website, the question is asked, does the BRA believe that the drought is solely responsible for current lake levels? The answer the BRA provided was yes. We believe lower lake levels throughout the Brazos Basin are a function of the ongoing drought, particularly in the upper stretches of the river. However, the Lake Granbury Coalition's white paper pointed out that roughly half of the current drawdown in Lake Granbury is attributable to the BRA management decisions that depart from the historical storage relationship between Possum Kingdom and Lake Granbury. So who is lying? Well, if you look at the BRA's fatally flawed half study that the BRA paid about $200,000 for, even they acknowledge that Lake Granbury will get about 175,000 less acre feet a year in inflows from Possum Kingdom. A chart of projected BRA PK lake levels in the year 2025 will be higher on average with the 2 nuclear power plants running, with Luminant taking 100,000 acre feet a year and only returning about 40,000. How is this even possible? I guess if you tell a lie over and over enough that you'll eventually start to believe it. The shutdown of the hydro plant and the implementation of the HAF study has been disastrous for Lake Granbury. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mike Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mike Nicholas. I spent 20 years as a state environmental regulatory program official, and I have more than 30 years experience with water and groundwater protection, and I'm also a licensed professional geologist. So I think I understand from where I speak. My wife Daphne and I moved to Lake Granbury in 2009. And When we first moved to the lake back then, the water level was at pool elevation most of the time. However, since the summer of 2012, as you're well aware, the elevation of Lake Granbury has been maintained by the BRA at an extremely low level. And as our understanding, this is the first time since the reservoir was constructed that such low lake levels have been persistent. However, we understand that there's a drought. But this drought, from all estimations, is no worse than the drought in the 1980s, yet the lake levels are much lower. The reasons for the present level of the lake are not complicated. The decision to close the power plant at Possum Kingdom resulted in higher lake levels in PK relative to Lake Granbury than has historically been the norm. The decision of the BRA to follow a recommendation in the HAF study, which we believe is fundamentally flawed, in establishing drawdown ratios between PK and Granbury, has contributed to historically low water levels at the lake. Finally, failure to apply policies that recognize the hydrologic differences between Lake Granbury and PK, such as water depth and storage capacity, has led to decisions that have placed Lake Granbury at a distinct disadvantage. At its current level, the aerial extent of the lake has been substantially diminished, significantly affecting wildlife and creating stagnation in areas of the lake that likely result in diminished water quality. For these reasons, we believe the BRA should consider whether its actions may have placed it at odds with several federal laws, including the 1918 Migratory Bird Treaty Act, the 1977 Clean Water Act, and potentially even the 1973 Endangered Species Act. By decreasing habitat area, the BRA has affected the migratory habits of species such as Canadian geese, which use Lake Granbury in the spring as a stopover and nesting area. By creating shallow, stagnant pools of water, the BRA may have also allowed water quality in the lake to degrade. And by effectively draining significant areas of the lake, the BRA may well have inadvertently affected the habitat of one or more of the 100 protected Texas species on the endangered species list. The current request for further use of water from Lake Granbury envisioned in Permit 5851 will only exacerbate the present situation. While we understand it's the job of the BRA to allocate water based on water rights, we believe you also have a responsibility to follow the dictates of sound science and to act in the best interests of the environment, the resource, and the citizens of Texas, including those citizens of Hood County. Therefore, we respectfully request that you address the problems associated with low lake levels, including those you may not consider directly related to your statutory charge, and encourage you to consider the following actions. First, we believe you should conduct a study concerning the effect of diminished flows on the legislatively created John Graves Scenic River. And we hope you will reconsider the current drawdown ratios between PK and Granbury with an eye toward applying a more valid balance in accordance with historic norms and the January 2014 white paper developed by the Lake Granbury Coalition. Thank you for your time and for your consideration of these requests.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Gary Newton.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Gary Newton. I'm a 35-year resident of Lake Granbury, and I'm a retired professional engineer. Lake Granbury was an extensive canal system, a creation of TCEQ, and the John Graves Scenic River, a creation of the state legislature, have been given by the BRA an unfair hardship due to the unprecedented redesign of the Morris Shepherd Dam, resulting in a dramatic reduction in the historical hydrology between Possum Kingdom and Lake Granbury. The unprecedented redesign of the Morris Shepherd Dam by the BRA failed to include an impact study and a mitigation plan for the expected negative effects downstream of the dam, accounting for the reduced hydrology. With respect to hardship, Lake Granbury is the largest diversion point in the upper basin. PK is over 4 times the size, Possum Kingdom is over 4 times the size of Lake Granbury by volume, and is over 10 times the size of Granbury and watershed. The next unfair hardship for John Graves Scenic River and Lake Granbury is the unprecedented redesign of the Morris Shepherd Dam. The term unprecedented means never in Texas history has a hydroelectric reservoir been reconfigured into a storage reservoir with only a simple unilateral vote from a board of directors without public input. This is a breach of public trust and confidence. The redesign translates into a net gain for Possum Kingdom and the BRA and a net loss for the John Graves Scenic River and Lake Granbury. Qualitatively speaking, from a Weatherford Democrat article dated August 4th, 2009, Matt Phillips of the BRA says in the article that, quote, if decommissioning is successful, it basically means that FERC goes away and with all of its issues related to the buffer and encroachments. This action is a major benefit to both the lessees and the authority, close quote. Further into the article, even Director Ball saw that what would happen to Granbury. Quote, Ball cited that the downside to closing the power plant is there won't be any releases for power generation, which helps keep Lake Granbury full, end quote. Additionally, the 2010 House study states that the zone, quote, the zone drawdown released more water from Possum Kingdom Lake, more water in the river, than has occurred since 2007 under the equal drawdown plan, but will be considerably less than historic hydropower generation for current demand conditions, end quote. Quantitatively speaking, the reduction in the downstream hydrology is approximately 175,000 acre-feet annually, according to Table 17 of the House study. This unfair hardship is best illustrated in Figures 2 and Figure 3 of the 2012 BRA Water Management Plan, Appendix G5. The next unfair hardship for John Gray Scenic River and the Lake Granbury is the exclusion of their interest as downstreamers. The FERC public notice issued November 9th, 2011, with a deadline of December 9th, 2011. The only participants were Texas Parks and Wildlife and the Possum Kingdom residents, while it was the most immediate impacted downstream interest, as in John Gray Scenic River and Lake Granbury, not invited to participate. With respect to the lack of the impact study, the FERC.gov website is replete with environmental assessments and economic assessments for changing hydrology across reservoirs, including the Morris Shepherd Dam. With respect to the lack of a mitigation plan, the House study, even with all of its flaws, was the only mitigation plan provided. I respectfully request a revisit to a fair and equitable mitigation plan in which all parties are fairly represented in a process that is inclusive, not exclusive. Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Ed Abbott.
Good morning. My name is Edwin Abbott. I am a waterfront property owner on Lake Granbury, and I'm a member of the LGWOA. My BRA customer account number is C104. I think this is a testament to the fact that I have been a Brazos River Authority customer for over 2 decades. I do not come before you with a crystal ball, but I do feel my seniority may afford a fair amount of insight and wisdom as a BRA customer for over 22 years. Today I speak justly with concerns that under present BRA policies, I ask the question, where did our beloved Lake Granbury go? It has been almost 3 years since we began our struggle with historically low lake water levels. I ask, what has changed so significantly in our managing policies that such a dramatic imbalance could cause this devastation? Would it possibly be that we have lost sight of our most fundamental responsibilities in protecting our water resources and providing a meaningful water supply for the citizens of Texas? What I wish to say does not come easy for me, as praise has been my best friend. I struggle within myself in having to express my solemn dismay and frustrations. My admiration and praise for the BRA once excelled in exuberance. Today I question your degree of ethical standards and moral practices. Your actions clearly leave suspicion with regard to an honorable agenda. Many doubts loom in our presence with a multitude of questions. I do not stand alone, as thousands of lakefront property owners are also in dismay. We are feeling hopeless in the wake of the devastation that low lake levels have brought into our lives and our communities. We have waited patiently for answers and a commitment from you to diligently work on resolutions to address these problems. I believe it is time for the BRA to give us the dignity and the respect we deserve. I doubt that you truly understand the impact this matter has caused upon the lives of thousands of Texans who are now in turmoil. How many dreams of waterfront homeowners have been shattered? How many waterfront homeowners who have worked a lifetime to invest their entire savings in a lake property and are now facing financial ruin? Do you have a realistic knowledge of the losses of our property values and infrastructure investments, which are now worthless? Our tax base in our communities have diminished significantly. Businesses are in decline. Tourism is suffering. School districts are struggling, and it seems there is little hope for recovery. All this is unquestionably the result of BRA managerial practices gone desperately wrong. Sadly, matters continue to worsen as more water is being sold off without noticeable concern of the further decline in our lake water levels. As board members, you are responsible for this horrendous plight. In the meantime, we, the property owners, remain the victims. I ask the BRA become a source of exceptional income. Is this the truth? And for benefits for a few, while the majority of the citizens of Texas continue to bear the cost of this utter chaos. I conclude, the burden remains on your shoulders, and change is desperately needed. I pray that through renewed leadership, we may soon see our great Brazos River Authority return to the glory it so is deserving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Dub Garrington.
My name is Dub Garlington. I live in Hood County. I'd like to thank the BRA Board for the opportunity to speak at this meeting. I'm a selfish Hood County citizen because I believe in treating people fairly. My wife and I grew up in Corsicana, and I have fond memories of the days when the Brazos River in Waco was almost 100% clear to the bottom. That was back in the 50s. Fast forward to 11 years ago when my wife of 54 years and I built our retirement home on Lake Granbury, where until just a few years ago was a fairly constant level lake. I'd like for you to understand that I've been in business management for the last 50 years of my career, and Lord knows I understand changing conditions. I also understand that in attempts to solve changing conditions, sometimes mistakes in judgment are made. Do you as a board realize or even care that for 38 years Lake Granbury was operating and enjoyed as a relatively constant level lake? It's my firm belief, excuse me, I have a runny nose. It's my firm belief that this board needs to consider the possibility that your BRA manager and or attorney will not consider the fact that they contracted the HAP study, implemented it without any, and I mean any consideration of the economic effect this would have on Lake Granbury citizens that planned their future, purchased homes hardest hit by the flawed HAP study. As property is reassessed in value for years to come, this will continue to negatively affect the city and county devastated by this faulty study and decision. And on top of the fact that now that the same BRA management made the decision to remove Morris Shepherd Dam, when or if the drought goes away, Lake Granbury is still left with the flawed HAP study legacy. Am I being selfish? Yes. I probably am to some degree because my 13 grandchildren and their parents very seldom come to visit me anymore. No more lake activities to enjoy. No more fishing with my granddaughter and grandsons, and a boat that can't be used. You might laugh at this situation, but those of you who have grandchildren
know I'm being honest, and you understand that enjoying your grandchildren's visits is what life is all about. What does a big important board of directors of the BRA care about how a manager is arbitrarily imposing his will on lake level matter, even when it might be flawed and needs to be reviewed and remade? After all, Granbury is a small town in the grand scheme of things, like a fly that can be swatted away. Nobody worries about Granbury homeowners who have lost significant, some up to 50% of their home's value. Many who will walk away because, ironically, they're underwater on their loans. Many who counted upon retirement, eventually hoping to use those homes to cover nursing home expenses. In summary, all I can say is Texans don't treat neighbors like Mr. Ford has treated the citizens of Granbury and Hood County. And I'm praying that this board will direct Mr. Ford to correct the flawed half-study water allocation situation in the interest of common decency and fairness, and represent this board in a manner that Texans are noted to treat their neighbor. From this granddad and grandmom, I thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, sir. Van Vernhun.
Thank you, Board of Directors. Thank you, Mr. Ford. And God bless Texas. It's the greatest state in the country, and I hope she keeps on going strong. I am speaking for Judy McHugh, who is ill at this present time. She is currently the Vice President of Lake Granbury Waterfront Association and Friends. She's the past president of the association, as well as being a charter member of having joined in 2008. As such, I am very familiar with the history and events and efforts to improve, save, and protect Lake Granbury, Possum Kingdom Lake, in the upper Brazos River Basin. I am here today representing the 6,000 plus people who have signed a petition opposing Permit 5851. The petition states, "We, the undersigned, oppose the Brazos River Authority permit that applies for over 400,000 acre feet of additional water from the Brazos River Basin that can be sold by the Brazos River Authority." There are 6 reasons. Reason number 1, the water management plan is woefully inadequate. It does not provide long-term lake, river level protections for Lake Granbury, Possum Kingdom Lake, and the upper Brazos River Basin. These long-term protections would provide for the ecological health of the upper Brazos River Basin, as well as protecting firm water customers such as municipalities that use water from all the Brazos River lakes. Point 3, inflows into Possum Kingdom Lake are the lowest they have been on record per the BRA. This recent data needs to be taken in account in the water management plan. Point 4, the BRA's change in lake management protocol in 2007 and again in 2011 has caused and will continue to cause economic and ecological harm to Lake Granbury, Possum Kingdom Lake, and the upper Brazos River Basin. Point 5, despite significant opposition up and down the basin, the BRA continues to press forward with its efforts to withdraw even more water from Lake Granbury, Possum Kingdom Lake, and upper river basin. Point 6, the permit does not identify all the users, industries to whom the BRA will sell the water. This is a massive deviation in the way that water is distributed to Texans and gives even more power and control to the BRA. Regardless of whether or not TCEQ grants your application, we would like for you to show us the same respect you showed Luminant in 2008 and the PK Lake Association in 2014. Sit down with us and negotiate a deal for water rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Next will be Joe Staley.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name's Joe Staley, and basically I'm a litigator. But I don't want to litigate against the BRA. I'm trying to work something out with them and have been working at it for 6 years. And we've gotten the legislation passed, and the legislature has told the BRA, I represent the Set Ranch, that they're to sell 795 acres basically to the Set Ranch by specific legislation. The legislature says sell it. The BRA staff says, oh no, we don't have to. And I'm going to say to this board, if I were looking at who I'm going to follow, I don't believe I'd play follow the bureaucrat. I'd play follow the legislature, because they swore you in and they told you that you're supposed to represent the people of Texas. You don't represent the BRA. You control the BRA. The BRA does what you say. And I'm saying to you that you need to understand you should do what the legislature tells you to do. And it's very clear in this instance. They set time parameters for certain things to be met, appraisals, surveys. They were, every one of them, done on time. And the problem is that it took more than a year to do it. And there is a line in there that says that it should be done in a year. You can't do both. The last appraisal done in conjunction with the two last appraisals was due today. General, here it is. That's the last appraisal that's required in this situation. The BRA tries to say you got to do it in a year. That's a directive. That's not a drop-dead date. It also says that we can agree to extend the time. BRA says, oh, that's only on the appraisals. I can't close before I give him that appraisal. They're saying we're missing the closing date. They're missing the closing date because we met every deadline and we could not hit it in 1 year. I think that the legislature is, certainly we have talked with them, and they're in agreement with us insofar as that is concerned. It also says that we can agree to extend the time. BRA called up before the time was even up and said, you got 3 days to close. Well, we didn't buy that. We went forward with what the bill told us to do. We went ahead and did finish the appraisals. We got the third appraisal done, and it was done in the time parameters that were set forth. And that's what we've done. I think as board members, you have an obligation to do what the legislature tells you to do. You took an oath down there. I'm calling on you, not as a board, individually, each one of you, to read what we passed out to you and to look and see what's going forth insofar as that's concerned. You know, there was a bill just passed the Senate that has to do with sunset. And sunset has to do with whether or not water authorities are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it lists the parameters that you have to meet. And it says that each Texas River Authority's governance, management, operating structure, and compliance with legislative requirements must be met. If you don't go ahead and go through with this pursuant to the legislation that was passed, you're going to be out of compliance with what the legislature's told you to do. And I don't want that to happen. The last time I was here and addressed this board some 6 or 7 years ago, we had this same situation of the BRA staff trying to lead the board out, and they did, and we went to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General said, oh no, you're right. You're supposed to be representing the people of Texas, not the BRA staff.
Sir, you're running over time, sir.
All right. I'm asking you each to read this and ask the staff the questions and make them answer. That's your job. That's what I think you're supposed to do, each of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Darrell Cockerham.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak this morning. I rode down with the people of the Lake Granbury Waterfront Homeowners Association, but I'm not going to speak for them this morning. I want to speak for all of the people that's going to be affected by the lake that don't live on the lake. And I was riding down here, and one of the guys said he stopped at a Subway to get a sandwich, and 10 miles away from the lake. And he says, boy, the lake is killing us, because he said, we're not selling as many sandwiches. He's afraid of losing his job. I'm afraid, I represent the people. I'm the county judge in Hood County, and I speak for the people that live in the cities, not only in Granbury and in and around the lake, but for the people that live in Toller, Lipan. These people are going to be affected. These people are going to be affected negatively, because you've heard the mayor say that, and the city manager, that property values are going down. Approximately 1/3 of our value is located in and around the lake. So if we lose that evaluation, that's going to affect the number of people that we can employ in the city. And people, are in the county. And I asked people, I said, they say, your taxes, you're raising taxes. Well, if our valuations go down, we have no other recourse other than to raise taxes on the people that don't even live in the lake. And they say, well, why don't you cut staff? And then my question is, how long do you want to wait for a deputy when somebody's breaking in your house? What's acceptable time? 30 minutes? 15? What is it? So those are the questions that I deal with. And I deal with the people who are not down here today, but bought a house for a modular home, put it on the lake for, say, $100,000, and now that's worth $60,000. What do I tell those people? They put every cent they had to get a retirement home. And that's why I'm down here saying, anything that you guys can do for us, help us out. Thank you all very much for the time.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Tony Allen.
I'm Tony Allen, City of Granbury Councilman. First of all, let's thank the Lord for the rain. This is, we can come down here, seem like every month, and argue with you guys and ladies, but until we get rain, we know that's a big part of it. There's a saying in Hood County, God giveth rain, BRA takes it away. Let's don't let that happen this time, please. Work with us. I got a 9-minute speech here, so I'll get on it. First of all, I want to thank the people that last time I was here and I had the book, Playing Possum. Several of you had asked me to send y'all copies of it. I did run out. Thank you for asking. I think I got everybody one sent out in the last 2 weeks. If you didn't get one, see me after the meeting and I'll get you the Playing Possum book by John Marshall. I'll get it to you. Okay. We'll talk about football for just a second. Who hates former Dallas Cowboy quarterback Roger Staubach? Unless you're a Cowboy fan, I don't know too many people that do. Apparently, the old board and some of the new board of Brazos River Authority does. Why? Because the BRA went against the recommendation of his company, the Staubach Company, had recommended in 2006 to not sell the property around Possum Kingdom, but instead increase the lease rates for property around Possum Kingdom to a fair market value. And then I want to say thank y'all for looking at me. I looked around a while ago and all but one or two was paying attention to the speaker. That makes me feel like you're really interested in what we're talking about here. So I appreciate that. Thank you. The BRA ignored the recommendation and sold the land. Staubach said that BRA could reasonably expect to achieve a lump sum for the taxpayers of Texas between 60 and 75 million. The BRA board voted to sell the land for $50 million in 2009, much less than what Staubach had speculated the land would sell for. But check out the Staubach report next sentence. This value is substantially lower than the estimated market value. I do have a question about the land sale, though. On April the 8th, 2009, the BRA received 2 bids in response to the RFB 09-04-391. The high bid of $50 million was submitted by a gentleman named Mike Patterson. The day after, that's on April the 9th, 2009, the House Committee on Natural Resource considered House Bill 3031. A committee was again introduced that changed the mandatory resale price of the individual lots from 65 to 90% of the value determined by the county appraisal district. A lot of this stuff I know y'all know, especially if you read the book. But on March the 23rd, 2009, Integra Realtor sent a letter to BRA warning that the current RFB did not constitute a completed bidding process, stated that the parameters, I cannot guess that word, of the minimum bid price and resale price caps are still to be finalized. Who at the BRA, or on the board of directors, or on the staff, or legislators involved in that House Bill 1031 raised their hand and said the BRA or taxpayers of Texas are not benefiting from the change that they are asking for that's already been passed? Not a one. You know, I agree with the mayor, our city manager. Several people spoke up here. We've been involved with y'all for a good 2 years. We met down in Austin with Brian Birdwell, Senator Birdwell, Representative Jim Kepler, General Ford was there, the attorney, Matt was there. I can't remember who else was there at the meeting, and several of us from the county. And Mr. Ford, you said, if I can get it done under $200,000 for the half study, I don't need a board approval. You got a bid for $92,000 is what I believe the record shows. You didn't do it. Then we turned around and we were down here and y'all voted 12 to 18 for us to have, and I'm repeating myself from the last meeting because I didn't get any response. 12 to 18 says we'll set up a meeting with PK in Hood County.
Mr.
Didn't
Allen,
happen.
Mr. Allen, you're running over time, sir.
1 second. Thank you, sir.
1 second.
We are willing to sit down. I wish y'all would consider, I talked to one of the board members already, maybe even working something with us that from, say, the 1st of May or end of April till September the 15th, that we stay within 2 or 3 feet of level. If it's a drought, I understand you can't bring it up that high. At least we got it through the summer. It helps our business. It helps us stay alive. It doesn't really help the value of our property because people will say it's up and down. Dig more canals will kill us. Build reservoirs will help us. Thank you.
Thank
God
you,
bless
sir.
you.
Next up will be Rose Myers.
Good morning. Thank you, BRA, for letting us speak to you this morning. My name is Rose Myers. I am on the Granbury City Council. I too appreciate you all looking at me when I speak to you, as when I learned serving on council when they came up for the 3-minute speech. I thought that it was very powerful if I look at them and understand what they're going through. I'm not going to re-speak to a lot of the evidence that's been provided to y'all today regarding the half study and how Permit 5851 will affect our lake and our city. I'm here to represent and speak for the residents of Hood County and Granbury. As a little girl, I grew up in Hill County Lakes. I fished for food. I was the youngest of 10 kids. My dad was a sergeant in the Army. And so I am, in this suit, probably one of the best fisher women in this group. Many of my neighbors laughed at me because I would fish for food and I would throw it back because I grew up, as Forrest Gump says eating fish fried, baked, boiled, in any way it came. So I'm not much of a fish eater, but I do have 4 grandchildren, and as the gentleman spoke to y'all earlier, my grandchildren still do come and fish with me. And I want to talk about the environmental impact of the lake first. I have been visiting Granbury for over 30 years. I ran for city council specifically because I saw huge demographic changes in the lake over the years. I'm in the healthcare business. I know all about statistics. I deal with patients with autoimmune disease, and I know all about evidence, and that's what made me run. For the last few years, I could fish on any part of the lake and not catch a darn thing, and I know how to fish and bait a hook. So we have seen a large impact on our wildlife, our fishing and fowl, and the demographics of the lake. The economic impact that was mentioned earlier, I have seen personally. As I mentioned, I was the youngest of 10 kids. I paid to take care of my family. My mom and dad worked very hard, but they could not leave us anything. We took care of our family. So therefore, I saved for 30 years to buy a home on this lake in 2005. My kids learned how to ski on this lake and fish on this lake in the 80s. So I have a lot of experience with what this lake has changed into and what the city has changed into, all up and down the river basin. And my home at one time was worth close to $500,000, and I'd be lucky to sell it for $300,000 today. There are 3+ homes either for sale or abandoned on every street in my neighborhood. So we have a huge economic impact to our neighbors. And this is going to cause a huge burden on our city because these tax evaluations are going to go down, and it's really going to hurt, as one of the other gentlemen mentioned, how quick is it going to be to get a police officer or sheriff's department to your home in an emergency when you have to cut your evaluations as much as we may cut them in the next year. Our quality of life. You heard from another gentleman about the depression of our citizens. When I was out campaigning, citizens would tell me they were upside down on their homes. Their kids don't come see them anymore. I had one couple tell me in my own neighborhood, we bought this house with every penny we had and we wanted to leave it to our kids, and now they don't want it. That's why I ran for city council. I drive 400 miles a day in and out of Granbury, taking care of patients. I did that because I love this community, and I have seen the changes that it's taken, the toll that it's taken on our community. So as a city official and as a real person, you all see the evidence, you all hear the evidence, and you all see the impact. And we're just asking you as a city official and as a board official to please hear our cries and do something about our lake situation. We have overgrowth in our lake. Thank God for the rains. Yesterday we got in our boat and we went up and down the river. Underneath both docks, there are trees that are 5 and 6 feet tall. So even though they have water, these are old residents. My husband gets out and cleans these canals for people that can't afford to do it or cannot physically do it. We have more possums, we have more snakes, we have more raccoons, we have more feral cats. We have a mess down there.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you're running over time.
I'm sorry. So I'm just asking you all to look at me and see that we are real people, and I am representing real people down there that need your help and need you to pay attention to us and need you to pay attention to the entire river basin and save this lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Gary Couch.
Good morning, members, Chairman. My name is Gary Couch, and I proudly serve on the Granbury City Council. Board members, I would imagine that these board meetings are not necessarily something you look forward to given the current state of our lakes on the Brazos. So I thank you for your service. With the exception of the past several years, Lake Granbury has been maintained within 3 feet of full for the past 40 years, 96% of the time. Our citizens, in some cases, have invested their life savings into lakefront homes only to see their hard-earned savings slip away over the past 4 years. North of Granbury, homes and lives are threatened by fires due to dry river bottoms. Board members, you are the only hope these people have. You have the power, the authority, and the responsibility to find solutions that lessen the impact during this drought and future droughts. Today, I am encouraging you to seek additional independent data to help guide your decisions regarding drawdown ratios. I'm asking you to question the data that has contributed to the severity of the drought effects ecologically and economically. It is my hope today we can begin a new relationship with this board, a relationship that will be inclusive, respectful, and solution-oriented. I look forward to meeting with you today and in the near future, and I'm sure my fellow council members feel the same way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Phoenix Van Poel.
Phoenix Van Dale.
I guess so. Well, they see what he says. I don't think they recognize that.
Okay, just right here. My name is Phoenix Van Dale. I'm a citizen of Granbury. I have a question for everybody that's come to this meeting, and that is, why are we here? To make a difference and to ask you guys to listen to us at the BRA. I think us as citizens have relied on the political class to do our bidding for far too long. They don't listen. And the problem is not a political problem. It's not a problem between Republicans and Democrats. It's a battle between those we elect and the people they appoint and those who have elected them. Jim Keffer recently supported a bill requiring that new homeowners in Granbury be told that lake levels can fluctuate dramatically. They are hoping we get tired of fighting these issues. Their intention is that new people will arrive. The issue in Granbury slowly fades with people becoming okay with a lake level much lower than we are used to. We as citizens cannot let this happen. The politicians helped close down Possum Kingdom Lake and Moore Shepherd Dam, which ensured that our lake would be at a more consistently high level. The recent rains have raised lake levels throughout Texas, but this is only temporary. The BRA seems to have declared war on Granbury, and no amount of rain will fill this lake if it keeps getting drained and sent downriver. The BRA has 21 members on this board, and there are none from Hood County. There is no representation for us in Hood County. If we take a look around Waco and other areas, you will see fuller lakes. And in Granbury, the ranchers' ponds, even throughout the severest parts of the drought, were full. The grass is green and the flowers are blooming. We are not California. We have the water we need. We don't need politicians to sell it out from under us. Originally, I became interested in this water issue when I had a simple answer for the city that went unanswered. The lake was full and seemed to be staying that way, but no one answered my questions of when these lake level restrictions, lake water usage restrictions would be lifted. I found out the water restrictions at stage 1 would only be lifted if water usage declined. I have seen what it looks like when Granbury citizens care about what happens to them. To win the fight against bureaucracy, we must stay persistently vocal. Persistence beyond just one meeting or liking one Facebook page. We need action, solid, consistent actions. We need voices that can't be quiet. We are Texans, and we don't need to stay calm as they drain our lake, devalue our homes, and pretend our voice is not important. In 2013, I stood up to make a difference and I ran for city council. I found out that the voters aren't as active as they say that they would like to be. I found out the guy I was running against was a better man for the job at city council than I was. Tony, I'm glad you won. But I also learned this. People don't research the issues or listen to what candidates say enough. Out of the 2 main debates, maybe 400 people heard the viewpoints of the candidates that ran for that office, out of the 5,000 that voted in the city election. We cannot fix this issue if people continue to just look at yard signs and newspaper ads to see who is running. Money cannot determine our votes. I had many people come up to me and tell me they would like to do something, but they did not live in the city limits. I say that everybody has a voice as long as you have a checkbook. If you want to change something, you have to help those you want to win. We have to stop relying upon old media for our information. The local news will never provide an accurate accounting of what goes on, and as long as they favor those who give them advertising money and those people in power. Thankfully, guys like Joe Williams at Save Lake Granbury, the people at Empower Texans, and books like Playing Possum provide us with information to keep ourselves informed on the issues that matter to us. We have to go beyond reading the news, and we have to start becoming the news. Small protests, speaking out in forums such as this, and large protests gather attention, and as long as people show up and speak out. Making noise is the only way to be heard, so now is the time to start making noise, joining with people who want you to do the same thing, no matter their political stripes, and fight the destruction of our lake. So I say let's make enough noise that these people at the BRA will hear you, Senator Birdwell will hear you, State Rep Keffer will hear you, Mayor Hewitt will hear you, and together we can fix this broken system.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Lori Smiskell. If I say your name wrong, please correct me.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairman and the board. I'm Lori Smiskell. I'm in Granbury, Texas, and I am very glad to be here. And I just want to let you know I'm a health practitioner, I'm a reflexologist and energy practitioner. So I also, like Rose, deal with a lot of autoimmune diseases. And I am also the daughter of the former state representative Louis Mitness in Wisconsin. He was a huge environmentalist. He was actually one of the original supporters and signers to ban DDT, along with Governor Nelson under Robert Kennedy. He actually campaigned for Robert Kennedy, and he actually got involved after JFK was assassinated because of the environment, because JFK was influenced by one woman that wrote Silent Springs, and that influenced our national legislation of the environment, which unfortunately is slowly being eroded away and being replaced by big business. And that's what my dad so valiantly fought for so many years ago in the 60s. And now I find myself coming full circle because it affects me. And I do live on the lake. I have lived on the lake. And I moved there for a dream. I moved there because my family, I had a son, we have a son, had a son. I'm divorced, excuse me. But anyway, it was important to have that dream, to live on the lake. I saved, my family saved for 7 years. We finally lived on the lake, and now it's bone dry. We live on a canal. And what I'm worried about now more than anything is the nuclear plant that's down the street from us, which is about 2 miles away from us, and it is dangerously low in that basin. And because of big business, unfortunately, things are not always looked at. And I just want you to think, if you have families, if you have children, how important it is to look into this. And that's all I ask, is that you look into this and make sure that we are safe and that we were a consistent level lake. And I believe as a people that we have that right to have that again. And that's why I've decided to take up my dad's cause now and to fight for our rights as individuals, just like the Kennedys did and would want us to fight for. And I just ask you, Honorable Chairman and Board, that you put this on your agenda to consider the people, not big business first. That's how we were created from the very beginning. And if you remember the Kennedys and how important that is to us as American people and our families, that we put that first instead of big business. And just to know that our rights of the environmental issues, I've been doing a lot of research on this, and they're being completely eroded. Wisconsin has now been shut down with all their environmental issues. They can no longer fight for clean air, clean water. I talked to the Secretary of the State governor who took my phone call because he remembered my dad, and they're now being banned from ever talking about cleaning up their environment again, and they're devastated. I talked to Tia Nelson, who's a huge environmentalist up there, and she is also being banned. And I said, can you help us? Can you help us in Texas? She says, I'm so sorry, Lori. You do what you can. You're on your own down here, but please fight for your rights. That's what we deserve as American people. And if you just look at your families, that's what we're just asking you. Just please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Joe Williams.
Good evening. My name is Joe Williams. I'm president of the Lake Granbury Waterfront Owners Association and a member of the Lake Granbury Coalition. I also manage Save Lake Granbury, which has over 20,000 followers. Thank you, board, for this time and giving our group listen to their hearts today and concerning the well-being of Lake Granbury. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, I know that my opposition has painted me as a radical, but I want to introduce you to the new radical in town, Phoenix Vandale, I do believe. In reality, my ideas are not radical. My goals and dreams for Lake Granbury are very reasonable and mainstream, but for some reason, they're being met with extreme resistance. One may ask why such a resistance to common sense and logic. Just like many of you on this board right here today, I too have run several businesses in my career. Many of you have become very good at what you do. Making ice cream, writing books, banking, and even running vending machines. Texas is very proud of your contributions. But let's be honest here. Your knowledge of water and water management is most likely extremely limited. You have to rely on the BRA management, their lobbyists, and others to help you make the board decisions. The chilling thought is that you are held accountable for your actions while on this board of directors. Many of you woke up to this fact after receiving John Marshall's letter on October 27th, 2014, right here. I mean, who wants to be held accountable for the actions or alleged fraud of others? Who wants to be their alibi? Your business and personal reputations are on the line. In 2007, under false pretenses, a green energy producing hydro plant was shut down. In 2009, the BRA board voted to sell hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate to one guy in a very sweet deal. So sweet that this one person bragged about how he made over $30 million in 1 year and 1 day. In 2011, the HAF study was implemented by the BRA, even though numerous citizens, including myself, had voiced concerns at BRA open meetings. This board voted to review the fatally flawed HAF study last August, but yet nothing has been done. Where is the accountability? The BRA continues to move forward with a heavily opposed Permit 5851 to provide water to a phantom nuclear power plant. With the decisions that this board is making, one must ask the question, who is running the BRA? Is it the board of directors? Is it the BRA staff? Or is it the lobbyist in Austin? Our community, just like today, is screaming to come up with a resolution. We invite the entire board of the BRA to come to Granbury to see how the decisions are affecting our town. We request that the board put in their next agenda to develop a working group to help protect Lake Granbury. This should include redoing the HAF study and the drawdown between Lake Granbury and Possum Kingdom. This stakeholder group should not have people or parties engaged that benefit them or their company if Permit 5851 passes. And as I wrap up here, I know all the board has been passed out a petition opposing permit 5851. I would invite you to look at, there's over 6,000 signatures on that petition. I would like to invite you to look at the comments, just like the folks that came in here today. There's over 100 pages of comments from the state of Texas, residents who live here. They're not just in Hood County, they're up around PK, and I invite you to look at that. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you allowing us to come here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. We will now move to our first agenda item. Report and possible discussion on physical
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This is the quarterly budget report that I provide to you all for each of your quarterly meetings. This, of course, is for the second quarter of the year, which, of course, represents we're halfway through the year. Just a summary. There's a detailed information, as always, in your diligent materials there, and this is just a summary page. As you can see, through the second quarter, our revenues were some $2 million ahead in our revenues, primarily due to sale of some additional water. Expenses were about $2.2 million under in expenses, and on our project expenditures are a little over $200,000 under spending. So all good news at this particular point through the second quarter of the year. Capital project spend. We've deferred some of our capital project spending, but we're spent about a little over $2.2 million out of our reserves of capital projects. And a little bit later in the agenda, you'll get a little more information about that as we talk about the financial forecast going forward. The ending reserves at the end of February, again halfway through the years, is a little under $59 million is our reserve balance. So I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody has about this quarterly report.
If there's no questions, we'll proceed on to item agenda number 2, report and possible discussion on investment officer's report for second quarter of fiscal year 2015. John Hawes.
Okay. As you all know, as required under the Public Funds Investment Act, a state statute, we bring a report and provide a report to the board every quarter. Again, the detailed report is in your materials. Just a summary, a schedule showing you the overall book value of our total investment portfolio is a little over $80 million, $81 million, as you can see. Substantially the same as it was in the last quarter or so. And you can see the average yield to maturity of our entire portfolio really remained unchanged from the previous quarter at about 62 basis points. 0.6%, 0.61 of 1%, approximately. Obviously, interest rates remain low at this point. There is discussion, of course, with as you all read in the newspapers and material about the Federal Open Markets Committee and the Federal Reserve considering raising rates, and most people consider that rates will start going up at some point, perhaps this year, based on economic conditions. But at this particular point, that is what we are diligently working on to maximize the rate of return. Obviously, it's extremely low at this point. But that's the information on our investment portfolio, and I answer any questions on that.
Anybody have any questions, Peter?
I wish I knew. Yes.
When will the Fed move rates up?
I do not.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
All right.
we will have to see.
If there's no more questions, we'll move to agenda item.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you all know, under state statute, the board is required to approve the disposition of personal property that the Brazos River Authority has deemed is no longer needed and unusable. And this particular item, we brought to you with a listing. And this is the listing. I'll go through it real quickly, and then if you have any questions, certainly please stop. So there's several items here that are vehicles that, again, in the normal course of the year, we retire a certain amount of our vehicles and replace them. And we've got approximately 10 vehicles or so here that we are retiring. And then there's some other information you can see in Central Basin Lab, incubator and things. I'll let you look down another 2 vehicles in our Brushy Creek area, central office. There's compressors. There were compressors in our facility on our roof that were replaced. Information technology, we obviously recycle and replace various computers and computer components, and you can see the listing of those that we will be disposing of with your approval. And then again, there's a couple of more vehicles in the Lake Granbury area, and then some boat motors and the like, a generator. You can see a bolt hull actually there. That Possum Kingdom in our RSMU, our dam maintenance area, again, some boat motors. You can see generators and the like there. And again, in the PK area, some other boat-related items. There's a camera there, and then some flotation devices also. Sugarland, another vehicle that we're replacing. There's some copper wire, some surplus copper wire that we have. And you can see the other thing, a part of a bumper that was replaced on a particular truck. And again, another couple of vehicles and things. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. As you all know, what we do is we do go out to auction and auction all these items to get the maximum return on the sale of them through that process. So,
Mr. Chairman, just a brief question, John. I know we all assume, but just for the record, the criteria used to make the determination for the sale or auction of each one of these items before we replace them and purchase new, I expect your answer is going to be yes, but I think it's important to verify that.
yes, there's certainly a process we go through where, especially vehicles as an example, we look at the vehicle mileage as an example and the age of the vehicle. Once we identify that it's sort of in 125,000 miles is sort of the mileage that we begin to look at and say, does this vehicle potentially need to be replaced? Then we contact the areas in discussion with the users of those vehicles, discuss and look at their maintenance history, things, and try to determine, does it make sense to continue to maintain that vehicle, or does it make sense to go ahead and surplus that property and replace it? In most cases, I think you saw that most of the vehicle mileage is up, well in excess of 125 or so. And then other items certainly too are brought to our attention, usually from the areas, and say, these are items we no longer need. And there's an evaluation process that goes through that, and there's documents that get signed off and a process that we go through there. Yes, we have a process. Thank you very much. We have a process. In fact, we have on our website, we put some of these items out on our website, and if other people in the organization perhaps might have a use for them, other than the area that's been using them, they can claim that and can do that. So we certainly test that against that process also.
Okay. Do you have a resolution?
Yes, sir.
Please read it.
Okay. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager CEO to dispose of the following surplus personal property under the terms and conditions that are in the best interest of the Brazos River Authority. Be it further resolved that the Board authorizes the General Manager CEO in certain instances to continue to use and or maintain previously authorized surplus property in a manner that is in the best interest of the Brazos River Authority until appropriate replacement property is received and placed in service. In the Central Basin Lab, a 2007 F-150 Ford, VIN number FTR F12297NA45817, and a precision incubator, serial number 207-109-021-6917. In the Central Basin, Brushy Creek, a 2004 Ford Ranger XLT, VIN number 1FTYR10D94 PA 75468, and a 2004 Ford Ranger XLT, VIN number 1FTYR10D54 PA 75467. In the Central Office, 85-ton train chiller compressor and a 7.5-ton sealed DX compressor server room split system. Information technology, 19 desktop computers, 10 docking stations, 8 printers, 1 scanner, 30 monitors, 7 Polycom systems, 2 IP phones, 1 battery backup, 1 equipment rack, 2 boxes of miscellaneous cable and network equipment, and 1 box of keyboards and mice. Lake Granbury, a 1999 Ford F-350, VIN number 1FDWF36F5XEC68038, and a 2003 Ford Expedition, VIN number 1FMPU16L13LB79223. A 2009 Mercury Outboard 250 horsepower motor, VIN number 1B751283. And a Detroit diesel motor generator, serial number 59737. A 1985 Monarch 17-foot bolt hole, ID number MAK40137U0685. Possum Kingdom Lake in the RSMU area, a 1993 Evinrude outboard motor, ID number G03291872. A Leroy compressor, VIN number 4227X803. A Pavid generator, VIN number RE3423958. And a 1993 Evinrude outboard motor, VIN number G03291775. PK Lake Operations, Evinrude outboard motor, VIN number 052496111. A 1999 Air Ranger hull, VIN number AMA00067J999. A Nikon 35mm camera, model A65. And in the PK Lake Ranger area, Mustang Survival personal flotation devices, 16 of those. Sugarland, a 2007 Ford F-150 SC two-wheel drive, VIN number 1FTRX12W07NA54695. And technical services in the technical services engineering, 50 to 100 pounds of copper wire. And in the technical services environmental area, a Bocal incubator, serial number 603101436, and a 2015 Chevy truck front bumper. The technical services environmental continued, 2009 Chevy Silverado 2500, VIN number 1GCHK43K49F132870. And in technical services construction, a 2008 Chevy Trailblazer, VIN number 1GND S13S882184447.
You've heard a reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Mr. Tallis? Carolyn Jackson? Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Scott.
Yes.
Director Adams.
Yes.
Director Ball.
Yes.
Director Bennis.
Yes.
Director Christensen.
Yes.
Director Christian.
Yes.
Director Johnson.
Yes.
Director Kilgore.
Yes.
Director Mackey.
Yes.
Director Munson.
Yes.
Director Tallis.
Yes.
Director Tesh.
Yes.
Director White.
Yes.
Director Zaccanino.
Yes. Agenda item number 4. Possible discussion on Texas Water Development Board presentation by Beck Braun. Texas Water Development Board.
Director Johnson at our last meeting said that she would like to see how we here and at BRA and in Brazos G interface with the rest of the state and how water planning in one area impacts the other. We have some situations where everybody that comes to the Brazos G has to be in the water plan before they can be approved. In some areas, that's not quite the way, and there's ways to kind of get around that. The legislature has given the Water Development Board new guidance, new board, and here to explain that to not only to Carolyn but to everybody else how the Texas Water Development Board is handling the water planning and water future of the state of Texas. It's good to welcome back to the BRA Beck Broom.
Good morning. Sorry, thank you. Habit. It's good to be back. As mentioned, I'm Beck Broom. It's good to see many of you again. It's been a few years, not quite that long for some others. I've gotten to see in the Capitol or elsewhere. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk a little bit about the Texas Water Development Board, our financing programs, a quick update on the SWIFT, which certainly gets all the attention in the news these days when it comes to what we have going on, but just as importantly, our role in the state water plan. I've been a board member since September of 2013, appointed by Governor Perry. Y'all might recall I happened to work here from 2010 to 2012 as your government and customer relations manager. Very proud of the fact that I can call myself a BRA alum when I travel around the state now and hold myself out in my current role, either there or there in the State House. You know, I feel like having worked here, especially over the course of 2011, gave me a little bit of a unique perspective into how we as an agency can do our job now. And of course, a big part of that is looking 50 years out and trying to make sure that we as a state have the water that we're going to need to keep up with all the demands, whether it comes from municipal, industrial, ag. We'll get into that here in just a moment. But I do travel around quite a bit and talk about 2011 and my experience here, and I use Brad Brunette's slide. I know y'all have seen it. It's the graph that shows, like I refer to it as the 2011 was off the charts slide, that shows the plot of the year 2011 with going back 100 years and just how significant that 1 year was into really in what we experienced and what led the legislature to later pass House Bill 4 that changed my agency, that created a full-time board, of which I now serve on as one of three, that provided for Proposition 6 to go on a statewide ballot, that passed overwhelmingly statewide, that moved $2 billion into a new fund that we refer to as the SWIFT, and also now for the first time required that we as an agency actually prioritize projects in the state water plan for those that would like to utilize the financial assistance in the SWIFT. So I talk a lot about 2011, the off-the-charts year. October of 2011, when we had to visit with the customers down in Round Rock and Georgetown and Chisholm Sud and explain to them that at that moment in time, because of an interruption in a pipeline, as y'all remember, they had, if they were going to continue to pull water out of the lake at the rate that they were using at that time, that they had about 30 days worth of water supply. You know, there was a lot that was being written about across the state about that time. Robert Lee was written about, I believe, in the Wall Street Journal about how they were running out of water, small town out in West Texas. But we observed here situations where large cities, Williamson County, one of the fastest growing counties, not just in the state, but fastest growing areas in the country, were at a moment in time where they really realistically could have been out of water in a short period of time. Again, all that led to the changes that the legislature pushed forward with House Bill 4, and that's a big part of what we do and what we think about as a board when we are trying to advocate for what we do in the way of financing new water supply, financing upgrades in existing infrastructure, as well as planning for the future. Part of my job is to travel around and frankly advocate and sell our programs, because we're going to talk about the SWIFT, but separately we have $6 billion in bonding authority that's available for us to finance new water supply projects. We have federal programs that we refer to as our state revolving fund programs that receive grant money from the federal government every year that we are able to turn around and use to subsidize loans for upgrading existing facilities in the way of water and wastewater treatment. I'm glad to see the City of Granbury here, Mr. McKeithen, for the first time in a while, I believe. The Granbury is going to be working with the Water Development Board on some financing for a new water treatment plant. And the benefit of that, as an example, is that for these particular programs, Granbury will be able to realize significant savings in the financing based on the subsidy that we can provide that's applied to the City of Granbury's credit. It'll be somewhere between 120 to 150 basis points off the interest rate. So it's very good, low interest loans, financial assistance that for every Granbury I get a chance to work with or talk to, I go visit with another city or entity that for whatever reason has decided that they would not like to go to the Water Development Board for financial assistance. Maybe they had a negative experience in the past. Just last week I made an I-35 trip up to Dallas, and I stopped in Georgetown and Temple, in West and Waxahachie and Hillsborough. All those cities, or 4 or 5 of those cities, had not utilized our program since the early 90s. And so they were very interested to hear about the changes that we had made, that the legislature has directed us to make our agency operate more efficiently. But really, the main thing I wanted to cover today is our role as the state's water planner. So the Water Development Board as an agency has been in place since 1957. We have always been basically a water infrastructure bank, and over the course of our history, we have provided upwards of $15 billion in financial assistance to date. But separately, since 1997, since the passage of Senate Bill 1 by the legislature, the Water Development Board has overseen the development of our state water plan. We have put this plan together in the way we do it now, again, since 1997, and we refer to it as a bottoms-up approach. So really, where the bulk of the work is done, where the plan really gets put together, is at the regional level through one of 16 regional water planning groups. And where we are now, we fall into the Brazos G area. The Brazos River Authority actually is the administrator for Brazos G. I'll touch on that here in just a second. But when Senate Bill 1 passed, it established these 16 different regions and stated that each of these statutory interests were to be represented on each of those 16 regional water planning groups. So you'll have members that serve as a representative of the public, counties, municipalities, all these listed here. The City of Granbury, actually Alva Cox, the city's utility director, is a municipal representative, for example, on the Region G. But again, 16 regions that cover the state. In total, that makes up about 450 members that serve in total all these groups. Each group, from their inception, they had selected a host political subdivision, and this can be revisited every planning cycle. This plan is developed again on a 5-year planning cycle. The first one was after 1997. The first one was in 2002. So every 5 years since then, we've gone through this process to develop the state water plan. The most current version of the plan, as noted on the first slide, is the 2012 state water plan. And those 16 regions are currently working on developing the next state water plan, which would be the 2017 state water plan. This provides, I use this as a prop, frankly. When I travel around the state, I carry it with me. You'd be surprised at the number of people that really just did not have any idea to begin with that there is a state water plan. We talk a lot about drought. We talk a lot about the number of people that are moving into the state and things that we need to do as an agency to develop new water supplies. That is if there is an answer to how we take care of our citizens and our basic needs, but still allow enough water for us to continue to grow and to enjoy our lakes and estuaries and rivers in the ways that we have in the past. It's the plan, and it's not just putting the plan together, but it's implementing the plan and developing new water strategies, and that's really what the exercise is all about. So this is, again, what we refer to as a bottoms-up approach. It begins with these 16 regional water planning groups. They each have the political subdivision I mentioned. They're self-governed by their own bylaws. These are public meetings. They have to have public notice so that they can be attended by members of the general public that would be interested in participating in any way. Those groups, they are provided money by the state to be able to hire technical consultants that go through, and this is a very simple way of describing really the process that those consultants lead them through. Yeah, every 5 years we go through and put together a new plan. The plan is tasked with looking 50 years out to determine where the strategies are going to come from. What projects are we going to develop in the way of new water supply to make sure that we can keep up with our needs. The Texas Water Development Board produces the data every 5 years. That's the starting point that are those demand projections. And we look, again, 50 years out, and we project based on population growth and usage data, the amount of water that in theory will be needed to keep up with those projected demands, covering all the different sectors of water user groups, which I'll touch on here in a second. So what happens before that is the consultant goes through and does an inventory of what we believe we have today. So maybe there's been a change in a water availability model from a lake, for example, that we know is already in the system and accounted for. You get a baseline for this is how much water we have today. Then we take the Water Board's projections that show here's how much we're going to need based on the demand projections. And as a group, with the assistance of the technical consultant, the group goes through and identifies whether or not there's a surplus or a need in all the different sectors of water user groups. If there is a need, it is up to those regional water planning groups to identify new water supply projects that are going to make up the difference to keep there from being that shortfall. Here's an example of the different types of water user groups that those regional water planning groups look at when they go through this exercise. Of course, cities, utilities, county, other could be any water user group that does not fall into one of these other categories. But of course, as you would expect, manufacturing, mining would be would encompass oil and gas as well, livestock, irrigation. Looking at the 2012 State Water Plan, this is the executive summary, and all this information is available on the Texas Water Development Board's website. I mentioned when we talk about the work that's done at the regional level, Region G, for example. In my office, I have a big file cabinet that has all of the regional water plans that were completed, that then rolled into the 2012 State Water Plan. The schedule for how the regional groups put together their plan, where they are in time right now, for example, on the development of the next State Water Plan, is that May 1st, here just next week, is a deadline for the first draft, what we call the initially prepared plan, from all those 16 regional water planning groups for what will be there. The regional plans we date is 2016. They finished them a year before we at the board roll them into the 2017 State Water Plan. So we're expecting the first draft from those regions of the next water plan here coming up in about a week, and then we'll have the final version by the end of the year. We expect to compilate and have the 2017 plan complete sometime, hopefully by the end of next summer. But when we talk about the 2012, again, the most current complete version of the State Water Plan, we talk about 2012, and this is from the executive summary, just some highlight numbers I want to touch on. We talk a lot about how our population is projected to nearly double over the course of the next 50 years, 82% by 2060. When we're talking about Region G, the plan shows a projected 76% population increase between now and the year 2060. Of course, existing water supplies will decrease by 10%. If we were to do nothing and just lived off of what we have now, or what the plan identifies as current inventory now, we know that in 50 years we would have an 8.3 million acre feet deficit in water. So the strategies that are in the 2012 State Water Plan recommend an additional 9 million acre feet. Of course, that is enough to make up what we project we would need between now and 2060 and then some. Again, that looks out to the year 2060. We talk about where the water is going to come from. We generalize and break down the plan into 3 different areas. That is, if we're talking about the specific strategies and projects in this current state water plan, about a third of them, the strategies we identify as coming from conservation and reuse. About a third from we talk about as other surface water. This could be developing new transmission and being able to move existing surface water supplies around more efficiently. But then another third coming from new supply development. That could be anything from new reservoirs, new groundwater fields, desalination into both seawater and brackish desalination. There is seawater desal strategies in the current state water plan, but that we show that is coming from a third as well. Of course, this all certainly does come at a cost. When the legislature was reviewing and debating House Bill 4 and how much money to move from the rainy day fund into the new fund that we now call SWIFT, they were targeted on trying to accomplish the 26.9 billion in red. That is money that the plan identifies as needing to come ideally from either state loan or grant program. So if you were to take all of the strategies and projects in the state water plan and say, how much is it going to cost to make sure we have enough water to meet our demands 50 years out? It's really $53 billion. We're talking just about new water supply. House Bill 4, again, the $2 billion in SWIFT, we are tasked with managing in a way that will allow us to leverage the $2 billion over 50 years to extend and accommodate that $26.9 billion number. And I can talk about that in a little more detail here in just a minute as to exactly how we do that. If we wanted to take us a little step higher, of course, it's not just about new water supply, but it's also about wastewater treatment. It's about water treatment, flood control. There is a lot of other needs that our water user groups that they have and that are going to need to be taken care of. That number is much more staggering. It's $231 billion. So this is why we not only talk a lot about the SWIFT and the benefit the SWIFT will bring in developing new water supplies, but we talk about our state revolving funds, and that's why we go talk to Granbury about the benefit that can come from those programs, because whether it's water treatment, wastewater treatment, those needs are there, and we're going to have to address them for decades to come. And we also talk about the cost of doing nothing. These are the scary numbers. $12 billion in annual lost income, $1 billion in lost sales taxes. This is taking the economic impact view at a state level as to what would happen if we did not have the water supplies that we need to take care of ourselves. Again, looking out on a 50-year planning horizon. So I want to shift real quickly to the SWIFT, and we can certainly come back, and I'll be happy to entertain questions here at the end, or please interrupt me at any time if we want to go into more detail about the plan and how it's put together. But I want to touch on SWIFT because it really layering this part of the $2 billion and having that there as part of this process provides an accountability to the planning process that had not been there before. For the first time, the legislature put in place a funding mechanism that was dedicated to helping develop these projects in the state water plan. Previously, some would say, well, planning is great, but this document right here it's more of a paper exercise with theoreticals. Well, now we actually have a fund that's dedicated specifically to support projects in this plan, and that's why I say it adds an accountability factor. The $2 billion, again, passed through the passage of Proposition 6, the $2 billion moved from our rainy day fund into what we now call SWIFT, the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas. It is in the fund. It's being invested by the Texas Safekeeping Trust, and it is a tool that we have at the Water Development Board to help finance projects in the state water plan. An applicant must be a political subdivision or a non-profit water supply corporation to be eligible for funding through SWIFT. The project has to be in the plan, which means it has to have an associated capital cost, which is important to note. The legislature also said, when we go through, yes, the projects have to be in the state water plan, but we are also tasked with having 20% of the money go towards supporting water conservation and reuse projects, and no less than 10% to support ag and rural entities. So again, how do we turn $2 billion into covering the $27 billion in need that I had pointed out before? Well, the $2 billion is, I talk about $6 billion that we have in bonding authority, our ability to go out, sell bonds, and then turn around and loan those proceeds at low interest rates. This $2 billion in the SWIFT fund is cash. And the way that we are set up is that we are allowed to withdraw cash no more than 2 times per year, and then take the cash and apply it towards loans in a way that offers these different kinds of subsidies, whether it's buying down an interest rate for a low interest loan, or deferring principal and interest, or being able to structure what we call board participation. Some of you might recall or have been here back when there was a state participation loan made to both the BRA and the City of Houston to purchase the property that is now Allen's Creek, or will be Allen's Creek. So the same type of model, and again, we can make the withdrawal up to twice per year. We're in the process right now, and I'll show you a map. We went out and we had to go through and promulgate rules at the agency last year that spoke to the prioritization criteria and process as to how exactly this is going to work when entities come in and apply for this financial assistance. And we've gone through the first round of receiving applications. Our staff right now is scoring those applications and putting the prioritization, going through that process. But when we went out and solicited applications, we advertised that we felt like we could provide $800 million in financial assistance the first year, and do that every year for the first 10 years. That's based on advice of our outside financial advisors and finance staff. To accommodate, to be able to offer $800 million, for example, in financial assistance, that means a withdrawal from the SWIFT of roughly $150 million. So again, that's the $2 billion in cash. If we take 150 out, for example, our FAs are telling us we can use that 150 to apply as subsidy in a way that will support $800 million in loans that year. And again, we'll do this on a rolling cycle. So the type of when we talk about low interest loans, we're talking about subsidy applied to the Texas Water Development Board's cost of funds, which we are AAA rated, which of course is will provide the lowest interest possible. But we're talking about being able to subsidize that even down another 35.5%, and these loans can go out to 30 years. Applicants can also request a deferred loan. We can defer principal and interest payments for up to 8 years, or until construction begins, whichever occurs first. And then lastly, I mentioned board participation is what we used to call state participation, that allows the board to purchase temporary ownership in the project, and then the applicant is able to effectively buy that back over a long term. Again, the Allen's Creek model. For us to be able to purchase that ownership, there has to be an identified excess capacity. So usually we're talking about a large project like a reservoir project that will take some time to come online. I mentioned the fact that we solicited the first round of applications. This is a map that shows where they all came from. Of course, as you can see, it's a pretty good spread. So going back a little bit, again, these are projects. These are either political subdivisions or, in theory, nonprofit water supply corporations. I'd say all these pretty much are political subdivision. They could be a city, they could be a river authority, a water district, that have projects that are in the state water plan that came in and applied for SWIFT financing or financial assistance through the SWIFT in the first round of funding. I mentioned prioritization. House Bill 4 provided for this as well. For the first time, not only do we have money dedicated to projects in the plan, but before we can make those loans, our agency and our staff have to go through and prioritize the projects based on the applications we received and actually perform a scoring. I mentioned last year we put the rules in place. A big part of that was going through and setting up this prioritization, and this is based on very specific criteria, really 11 different pieces of criteria that were spelled out in House Bill 4 that were given to us by the legislature. And as you can see, there is highest consideration given to these 4 different pieces of criteria. That could be projects that serve a large population, that assist a diverse and urban and rural population, that provide regionalization, and that meet a high percentage of water supply needs. What catches most people's attention on that is the large population reference. And it's important to note that the legislation says that to receive highest consideration, the project does not have to be all 4 of these things. It can be any one of these things. Now, the one on the bottom there, a project that meets a high percentage of water supply needs, that could accommodate, for example, let's say a small West Texas town that needs to develop a new well field, and by bringing that online, it will serve all that little town's needs. Well, then they were able to get the 30 points through that criteria, just as a City of Houston Loose Bayou project or large regional project, for example, would get. Yes, sir.
How is this prioritization established?
House Bill 4 gave us
The legislature,
criteria. The
in other words.
legislature passed House Bill 4, and it said that we at the Water Development Board were to go put in place rules that accounted for the 11 different pieces of criteria. So we went through a formal rulemaking process last year at the agency, where we, based on what the legislature gave us, we went around the state, solicited public comment, et cetera.
So the legislature mandated that you do it, but the
Yes, sir.
staff actually did it
Through, yes, sir.
process.
Yeah, through formal rulemaking. And this is just a snapshot of what that criteria looks like. So where we are in time with being able to actually put money on the streets, so to speak, through the SWIFT, I mentioned that we went out, we solicited applications. We got about, after a few dropped out for having projects that were not in the state water plan, I believe we ended up with 48 applications that totaled $5.5 billion in requests. I mentioned that we were suggesting or offering that we were trying to do $800 million the first year, and we got $5.5 billion in applications for that $800 million. We expect staff to come back to the board at our May 6th board meeting with the first prioritization list. That is the first result of prioritizing the 48 applications that came in. And based on their recommendations and then the board's decision, we would invite what we call the complete application. It was an abridged application or a short version that we were requesting to begin with, to begin the process and get those applications in and be able to prioritize. So then separately, it's a 2-step process. We go out and invite a full application. We'll have those results back late summer, and we expect to be selling bonds for the first time through the SWIFT program and being able to get that money out the door sometime in the fall of this year. And again, we can make a withdrawal from SWIFT no more than twice per year, and we'll be doing this on a rolling cycle. The goal, as I mentioned right now, has been trying to steer it between the lines in a way that can provide $800 million in financial assistance for the first 10 years. Each year it could be a little more, it could be a little less, based on the applications that come in and how they score. But that's a snapshot as to how SWIFT specifically is going to work. Yes, sir.
Are the bonds revenue bonds, or are they backed by the state treasury?
The revenue bonds. So these, the SWIFT program and the loans that are made through this program do not affect the state's constitutional debt limit.
Okay, thank you.
They're supported by the applicant. Yes, sir.
Looking towards 2060, you referenced that a time or two. With a great deal more water than we currently have control over, are you actually talking about new water? You talking about new reservoirs primarily? I mean, you can dig a few wells here and there, but to get to where you're talking about lots of new reservoirs, are you not?
Well, we're talking about lots of different types of water supply strategies that includes new reservoirs, but that, for
What
example.
else can provide a lot of water other than reservoirs?
Well, if we're talking about the water strategies, for example, in this plan, these are all that we're talking about new water supply. And this plan has 16.7% allotted to the construction of new reservoirs. 33.9% is the other surface water reference that could be existing water supply that is that's permitted as such in a reservoir, for example, but that we need additional transmission to be able to move it around. But some other numbers: irrigation conservation, ag conservation is a big water supply strategy, especially for the Panhandle and Region O. That's actually their number one source for where their new water is going to come from over the course of the next 50 years is through more efficient ag conservation measures. There is a lot of attention that's being placed, especially of late, on desalination, whether it's seawater desal or brackish desal. If we're talking about the 2012 plan, those numbers, generally speaking, are very low as a total piece of the pie. It's less than 3% in total. But I do suspect, and we're getting close to, again, seeing the first draft of the next plan, that based on drought, based on lots of other factors, you're going to see what we've talked about and described more as alternative water supply strategies that really are now what I would refer to as proven strategies, becoming much more. Those numbers are going to go up in the next plan, but it can come from conservation, groundwater, surface water through new reservoirs, aquifer storage and recovery, et cetera.
One of the things you mentioned was distribution of current water to areas of need. That's not really new water. I mean, it's new to the receiving community, but it's not new water in the state. So we're not counting that when we're talking about new water, are you?
Well, we're talking about, I would say it's new in the sense that it is being utilized as water supply. It may be that there are several strategies in the plan, for example.
That's just redefining it, in other words.
Well, there's no such thing as new water, generally speaking.
But that's a shell game.
Well, we're talking about, let's say there's water out in a reservoir in East Texas that an entity has the water right, has a adjudicated water right to, but it's not under contract to the city of Dallas or to an entity somewhere else that would like to purchase it and be able to utilize it and have it be water supply. That's generally an example of what we're talking about when we talk about that third in the plan. Any other questions? My contact information is here. Y'all are, anybody in the room is welcome to call me directly at any time. Director, did you have a question, ma'am?
I just want to thank you for giving some of this information. I think my question was about, there's a whole lot of strategies that are in the different regions. I wanted the folks on our board to know that we had 16 regions. Also that we are counting on a lot of conservation that includes industrial conservation, as well as new water like the Allen Creek that's already in the state plan. The fact that we need to have all of the projects in the state plan or we can't get funding. And I'm especially glad to hear about how you plan to use $2 billion to come up with $53 billion.
Well, $27 billion.
Just because I think that it's really good, and I know that TWDB will help decide how to distribute that money, and then it'll be up to some entities to come along and come up with projects and then get assistance from you in providing funding for those projects. So it was really just to give them an idea that, we aren't just sitting here waiting on 2060 to get here. There's a lot going on in the state, and it has a lot of rules involved, and he told you about a lot of rules that you heard today. on how you're going to use all of that to get to where we need to be. But we need to be sure that we're being very watchful and making sure that we get the money and we support the state and doing things like giving us $2 billion out of the rainy day fund. I hope we decide to do that again because there's a whole lot more need than what $2 billion can do for us. So I thank you again
we'll
for
have
giving us that
the
information.
new plan will have a new price tag, and it very well might be greater than the 27 billion. And I talk a lot about Allen's Creek, for example, with any captive audience or member of the legislature that I can in the Capitol. Because I think it's a project, it's a model of how we can develop new water supply downstream in areas that get much more rain, for example. I'm sure Allen's Creek, if it were built right now, would probably be full. You just fill it up 5 times, I assume in the last not very long, since last year. The Lower Colorado River Authority is moving forward with an off-channel reservoir project that they're financing through the Water Development Board that'll be constructed in a few years. It's the same idea. Of course, the interest up in the Highland Lakes that are concerned about their lake levels were very supportive of the LCRA building a reservoir in the lower basin that could be tapped first, for example, before they had to start releasing water for downstream interest. And that, I view Allen's Creek very much the same. So the work that y'all are doing and pushing forward, I know it's that the relationship with your partner in that project is what makes it a little unique. But I want y'all to know you've got you have a friend in me that's pushing for it because it's a project in the state water plan, and from my seat, I need to be advancing projects that are going to develop the new water supplies that we need to take care of all of our needs. Again, looking down the road. So, yes, sir.
Beck, I want to also thank you for coming. I know you're very busy. It's good to have somebody here from the Texas Water Development Board and your support. And I'm glad to hear you talk about Allen's Creek because I think Allen's Creek would be the sooner we get that reservoir going, the better it'll be for the whole basin.
Yes, sir.
Particularly upper basin reservoirs as well. So, but thank you for coming back and spending some time with us today. We appreciate your support.
Again, as I said, I'm available to any of y'all anytime, and thanks for having me back. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Beck. Agenda item number 5. Okay, that sounds good. You want to take a 10-minute break?
Yours is not going to get long.
I hope not.
Get that, and then what we'll do is you'll read, we'll go into close, but we're going to do close and have lunch at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
So,
yeah.
Introduce Beck.
Okay. Matt. Agenda item number 5, report and possible discussion on legislative update by Matt Phillips, Government and Customer Relations Manager.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. I'll try to be brief. Once again, I'm following Beck Brune, which is becoming kind of normal. I'm here to talk a little bit about what's going on in Austin, and more importantly, what's not happening in Austin is probably a better way to put it. I'm going to spend a little bit of time at the beginning talking about what I kind of call the big ticket issues. These are the issues you're going to see in the paper most of the time that the legislature is spending quite a bit of time on. And the most important thing about this is that what most of you might see is that on about 75% of these issues, they are not in agreement between the House and the Senate on what they want to do. And what that has caused is kind of a giant game of chicken, is a good way to put it. Instead of working on one piece of legislation, whether it be a Senate bill or a House bill, on tax relief, Second Amendment rights, border and immigration, each respective body, it's passing its own version over to the other body and then expecting the other body to move that one. And so they end up just kind of staring at each other, waiting on each other to blink. There was a little bit of a break in the dam last week where the Senate started moving some House bills and the House started moving some Senate bills, but the overall effect of kind of the disagreement on some of these bigger issues is to slow everything else down. It's kind of caused a chilling effect with the passage of bills, with the House not wanting to move Senate bills and the Senate not wanting to move House bills. So again, it has a trickle-down effect in that it doesn't just affect these bigger ticket issues, it affects everything. And so at some point, as with every session, the big kids will get in a room, They will find agreement and the dam will break. But, again, the effect is that the delay will have been so long that some of the other stuff, other than this, will likely not make it or come very close to not making it. Next slide. Notice I didn't put water as one of the major issues, and that's not an offense to water by any means. It's just that not every session is a water session. Last session obviously was, as Commissioner Brune talked about. You had House Bill 4, you had Prop 6. And so what that generally leads to as it relates to water policy is a lot of tinkering around the edges as opposed to passing major changes in policy. These are some of the things that the legislature is looking at. Groundwater regulation, they're looking at it from the standpoint of making groundwater easier to access and move in and out of groundwater conservation districts, and maybe revamping the way that groundwater conservation districts are managed and how they manage water. Aquifer storage and recovery, brackish desal, and interbasin transfers are things that there have been bills filed to make easier, essentially. And Commissioner Brune talked a little bit about emerging technologies, things like ASR, things like brackish desal. The legislature really has a lot of interest in trying to make those easier to do because they could provide significant water supply for the state and could be a major source of water in the state water plan. Water rights permitting was an issue that was discussed more at the beginning of session, and that relates to surface water rights permitting and attempting to put hard and fast deadlines on how long that process can take, how long the contested case processes can take, how many times it can go to contested case process. That has not gained legs a whole lot this session. It was filed last session as well, but it's still something that they've been talking about quite a bit. Yes, sir.
Matt, is there anything more that you can tell us about interbasin transfers at this point, other than just it's a topic that can you add anything at all to that at this point? I know it's early.
It's kind we got 30 some odd days left, so we're getting toward the end. What I would tell you for the most part is anything related to major changes to interbasin transfers is not likely to pass. IBTs, as their acronym is, are kind of a sacred cow. East Texas protects water, not wanting it to move west. And there are provisions in Chapter 11 of the Water Code that make moving water from one part of the state or one basin to another basin extremely difficult. There are not only massive notice provisions within that, there are also junior rights provisions that make that water that you're transferring so junior to the other water in the basin. So there are attempts every session to make IBTs easier. Just like with the legislative logjam, do I think the dam will eventually break? Probably so. Is it going to happen anytime soon? It doesn't look like this.
I understand. Is there anything substantive that has happened on groundwater at this point?
The House Natural Resources Committee passed House Bill 200 last week out of their committee. It's going to the full House. It is meant to provide a little bit more clarity with regard to how people can contest the desired future conditions and or the limit of groundwater set by a groundwater district, so that folks have a better amount of due process in terms of contesting groundwater district decisions. There are also another couple of bills which have moved out of their respective committees that make getting transport permits easier and make renewing permits easier. So as long as you're not requesting a major increase in the amount of water, as long as you're just generally renewing a permit, whether it's a transport permit or not, it attempts to make that a lot more streamlined, and they can't hold the process up. So yeah, there are a few changes that I think might be made on that, but again, it's more tinkering around the edges than it is major wholesale change. I'm going to skip off that, go to the next slide. Oversight and transparency. We talked about this at our January meeting. Obviously, there have, and as was mentioned earlier during the public comment section, there have been bills filed to require the sunset review of river authorities. You see the bill numbers up there. They require 18 different river authorities to undergo sunset review. Now that review does not allow for abolishment, which is obviously much different than a normal sunset process. Most sunset processes are designed to look at an agency and decide whether or not it should continue to exist, and if not, absorb its functions into another agency. With an entity like us that's separate and apart from the appropriations process, that's itself a local government, with our own outstanding bond indebtedness, the legislature does not allow for abolishment so as not to affect the credit ratings of the various entities that are included in the bill. There are a lot of differences between the Senate version of the bill and the House version of the bill, and they're related to the scope of the review. The main difference there relates to LCRA. The House version only requires a review of LCRA's water operations. As you know, LCRA's major operations include electric production. The Senate bill includes a review of their entire operations, including electric and water. So at some point, that's going to have to be parsed out. The handling of the current management audit that all river authorities are required to do. Obviously, the administrative code requires you to do a 5-year management audit or have an internal audit function. One of the bills does away with the 5-year management audit for those entities that are part of this sunset process should the bill pass. One of the bills just does away with it temporarily. So if you go through sunset within the next 5 years, you don't have to do a management audit. You basically skip to another 5 years. So it's a minute detail, but again, it handles them differently. And then the overall review schedule is different in both bills. The Senate bill puts more of the smaller river authorities first. And that was requested by the Sunset Commission in order for them to kind of get their feet wet, figure out how they're going to do this from a staff standpoint, and figure out how they're going to review an entity the likes of which they've never actually reviewed before, for the most part. The House bill goes more in alphabetical order, so the overall order of how the review schedule is going to happen is going to have to be worked out likely in conference committee when those bills start moving. Overall, and as we've discussed, we're in no way shy to audits are being reviewed, as was evidenced by last year. We went through 2 different audits simultaneously, one by the State Auditor's Office and one by the Legislative Budget Board. We have shared the results of those with you. I think that the best way I would sum it up is to say they were as close to an A paper as you can get. Overall, as it related to the major overarching issues that both of those entities reviewed, they gave the BRA passing grade. There were 1 or 2 very minor things that they wanted us to fix, most of which have already been implemented. One of the things that the LBB recommended was to live stream board meetings, which we're doing. So, and we were actually already in the process of doing that to document some of our procedures that were being followed, but they needed to be formalized. So there were, again, very small things, most of which we've already done. Probably the bigger picture issues from each report, and I don't want to get into too much detail about each one, but I'll do one each. On the State Auditor's Office report, one of the things it looked at was the closure of the hydro dam at PK. And it made it very clear that that was done above board within the law and having done a proper cost benefit analysis before doing so. They were very complimentary of the process that the BRA and the board went through in order to do that. As it relates to the LBB report, our overall water management, they lauded our water management in terms of meeting water supply needs during the drought, understanding that that's the main function for our reservoirs and that we were doing our job, that it wasn't an easy job, but that we were doing it right. So those are probably the bigger picture issues that came out of those 2 audit reports. And so again, I think as it relates to this, another review would not be a problem for us. It's something that we've, gotten quite used to and I have no problem doing. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Since we're at the point where we're going into closed session, we'll read that we'll go into closed, but we'll reconvene in the conference room, and we'll do the closed session in there where we can eat and move the process along.
All right. I'll read agenda item number 6. The Board of Directors will conduct a closed meeting in executive session on the following matters. A, to consult with attorney regarding systems operation pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.071, Texas Open Meeting Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. B, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property in McLennan County pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.072 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. C, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property at Possum Kingdom pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.072 State of Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and to consult with attorneys regarding legal issues relating to real property at Possum Kingdom pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. D, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property associated with the West Central Brazos Water Distribution System located in Palo Pinto County, Stevens, and Eastland counties pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.072 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. If you are not specifically involved in the presentation of the first executive session agenda item, please excuse yourself from the boardroom at this time. With each executive session agenda item, time will be allowed to clear the boardroom and call the next presenter. We ask that the public please wait in the break room in order to keep the hallways clear until the executive session is finished. All right, the Board of Directors hereby reconvenes into open session at 1:20 p.m. Go ahead, Jim.
Following resolution is presented for consideration by the Board of Directors for adoption. Be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority that the General Manager/CEO is hereby authorized to initiate negotiations for the acquisition of real property in McLennan County, and be it further resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority that the General Manager/CEO is directed to provide progress reports to the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority at subsequent meetings, and be it further resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority that the General Manager/CEO is directed to present the final results of negotiations to the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority for approval.
Okay. You heard a reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
I move approval.
Raleigh?
Second.
Second by Peter Bennis. Mr. Bennis. Excuse me. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Scott?
Yes.
Director Adams?
Yes.
Director Ball?
Yes.
Director Bennis? Director Bennis?
Yes, sorry.
Director Christensen?
Yes.
Director Christian?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Kilgore?
Yes.
Director Mackey?
Yes.
Director Munson?
Yes.
Director Tallis?
Yes.
Director Tesh?
Yes.
Director White?
Yes.
Director Zaccanino?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The following resolution is presented for consideration by the Board of Directors for adoption. Be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority that the General Manager, CEO, is hereby authorized to execute an agreement with the City of Abilene and/or the West Central Texas Municipal Water District for the disposition of water supply real property assets located in Palo Pinto, Stevens, and Eastland counties.
You heard a reading of the resolution. Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Richard? Carol, Richard and, did you get Gene? Yeah, I got Gene. Okay. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Scott?
Yes.
Director Adams?
Yes.
Director Ball?
Yes.
Director Bennis?
Yes.
Director Christensen?
Yes.
Director Christian?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Kilgore?
Yes.
Director Mackey?
Yes.
Director Munson?
Yes.
Director Tallis?
Yes.
Director Tesh?
Improvement projects by David Collingsworth, Central Little Lower Basin.
Members of the board, I'll be brief. We have an asset that is approaching 40 years old, and it's time to be proactive and start looking at some of the structure and things that we need to do to prolong the life of that structure and protect the BRA's asset. So what we're going to do is, what we're proposing to do is break this out into 7 different projects. By breaking it into 7 different projects, we feel we have a better control of the quality assurance of the different projects that we're looking at. And basically, we're starting from ground zero. We're going in and we're assessing key components on the embankment and on the dam, the Tainer gates, and then looking at ways to rehab and protect the long life of those projects. So we're looking at something that's going to be a long-term evaluation of the dam, probably long-term rehab of the dam, And the cost estimates, I'm going to show you some different numbers throughout the slide, but the cost estimates are based on estimates that we're getting from our engineers. This is the Stillen Basin that we need to look at. This is one of the reservoirs in the Brazos system that has, I would say, more frequent releases because of the amount of rainfall that we get into Lake Limestone. So we'll be going in and assessing the Stillen Basin, which is something that hasn't been done in a long time. And then also, this is just a snapshot of the dam real quick. And one of the high priorities is going to be to, see if I can press the right button, to go in and look at these Tainer gates and make sure that over the long haul, they can do what they're required to do. This is the cost analysis of the different projects that we're going to be looking at. Basically what we're trying to do today is get board approval to allow Phil to spend up to $2 million and begin to evaluate each of these different 7 components. What we think is a total rehab cost over the next 5 to 7 years is somewhere in the $23 million price range, worst case scenario. But what we're trying to do is to get approval to spend up to $2 million on these projects, and then as each one of the 7 projects matures, we'll come back to the board with additional requests to do additional design and any construction that we need to do.
Your estimate's about $1.5 million, but you need to put room there because costs fluctuate.
That's exactly right, Director Bennett. Some of these things, especially the Stillen Basin, we really don't know what we're going to find when we get in there. So instead of having to put a particular project on delay, just a little bit of wiggle room.
Okay, thank you.
Why do you need approval to anything other than the cost evaluation at this point, since you don't know?
That's all we're getting approval for.
Oh, okay.
With any construction activities, will come back to the board for additional, because at that point in time, we'll have detailed cost and detailed action plans and more specifics.
Read your resolution, please.
Be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager CEO to negotiate and execute contracts for the study, engineering, and design of projects aimed at the long-term protection and enhancement of the Sterling C. Robertson Dam in an amount not to exceed $2 million.
You've heard a reading. Motion to adopt, Robert. Second by Mr. Bennett. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Scott,
Yes.
Director Adams.
Yes.
Director Ball,
Yes.
Director Bennis,
Yes.
Director Christensen,
Yes.
Director Christian,
Yes.
Director Johnson,
Yes.
Director Kilgore,
Yes.
Director Mackey,
Yes.
Director Munson,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Tesh,
Yes. Yes.
Director White,
Yes.
Director Zaccanino.
Yes.
Agenda item number 8, discussion and possible action on Leander Operations Agreement by David Collingsworth.
This is the Sandy Creek Water Treatment Plant. It is one of the assets that we manage and operate that's outside of our basin. Here's Lake Travis, and here's an aerial picture of the lake. Ever since this particular facility was created, the BRA has been the operator of it. It was originally an Alliance-owned, LCRA-owned, BRA-operated facility. When the LCRA divested of their water and wastewater infrastructure projects, the city of Leander bought this. And we've been operating on a year-to-year letter agreement. And the city approached us and said they're interested in a long-term operations agreement, so that's what we're seeking approval for the general manager to be able to negotiate and execute a cost reimbursable contract for the operations of this facility. Comments, questions? Yes, sir.
Owned by LCRA.
Yes, sir.
Leander obviously needed water from LCRA and has an LCRA contract. How about the ownership? I mean, how did the ownership, or I'm just curious about the history. How did, why did we get involved since Leander has a contract with LCRA anyway and LCRA owned it? How did we get involved?
Because Leander is a customer of ours that has both area in the Colorado watershed and the BRA watershed. Okay. And because at the time LCRA didn't do contract operations and we did in Williamson County, and they thought there was a synergy there back in 2000, 2001 to bring our operators in. So that's how we became the operator.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
LCRA for the water, are we still doing that?
That's a good question. This water that's treated out of this Sandy Creek water plant is for the city of Leander, and because their ETJ is partly within the Travis Basin, this is not the no net loss water, the 25,000 acre feet of water that's under contract to BRA to sell into our basin.
Do you know what Leander is paying LCRA for their water?
Whatever their system rate is of whatever their
Water is about 160 or $70 an acre foot. For water they actually take, there's a two-tier system. They have a reservation rate, and then there's a take rate. I'm assuming that's take water because they're actually using it in their plants.
Yeah, but then they also have a reserve
They
for
probably
what they
some
want.
reserve
That's right. Any other?
Catcher. Read it, please.
Be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to negotiate and execute an operations contract with the City of Leander for the operation of the Sandy Creek Water Treatment Plant.
For the reading, is there a motion to adopt? So moved. Richard Ball, second. Munson. Henry. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Scott.
Yes.
Director Adams.
Yes.
Director Ball.
Yes.
Director Bennis.
Yes.
Director Christensen.
Yes.
Director Christian.
Yes.
Director Johnson.
Yes.
Director Kilgore.
Yes.
Director Mackey.
Yes.
Director Munson.
Yes.
Director Tallis.
Yes.
Director Tesh.
Yes.
Director White.
Yes.
Director Zaccanino.
Yes. Agenda item number 9,
Report and possible discussion on Allen's Creek. Update by David Collingsworth.
Members of the board, this is a report that's in your packet, and I can answer any questions that you have. This is basically a timeline of activities that we're looking at in the short term over the summer. Discussions with the City of Houston continue to go real well, and we're also working on amendment to the contract to shore up the City of Houston's intent to pay for the permitting that we're doing now. And we're also in discussions for the long-term acquisition of additional water out of the reservoir. What we want to do is get a firm on board to start the preliminary design, put a team together so that we can approach the Corps and start permitting, and hopefully come back to you in October, this October, with a recommendation on a firm to hire to start that process.
We got in a political war with the city, and y'all have allowed us to step forward and get the full force study started, and I think that's going to be beneficial, and it's lead, follow, and get the heck out of the way. So we're
So basically, we're going out like for a general engineering consulting firm to find,
Questions, comments?
it's still going to be 70-30?
At this point, we're still 70-30, yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely. For the debt payment on the property, they're paying their percentage. To date, no other funds have been spent. So what we're going to bring forth to you in October is a recommendation for us to start what preliminary design has to happen for the permitting, and then the permitting. And you're probably looking at, if we're very successful over the next year, probably a budgeted amount of $2 to $3 million next year that the BRA will spend with an agreement that Houston will reimburse us. I mean, if permitting gets real complicated, you're looking at somewhere around $10 million for the entire permit. So that's a rounding error and a $300 million project. So we really need to move forward. That's a worst case scenario. Say that again?
Don't you have a permit already?
We have a permit for the water. We don't have the
Just
404
for the water.
for the water. We do
Okay,
not
just
have
the
the 404 permit
Okay.
from the Corps of Engineers
Okay.
for the construction of the intake and the construction of the reservoir.
So that's a cheap permit. The one for the water is the one that you get all in the problems with.
We have, and it goes to the low-hanging fruit Phil's talking about. We have the location we own. We have the water permit.
Yeah, super.
Folks, and I'm just as guilty as everybody else, but whenever you say something, please remember to hit the green button.
And that's all I have for this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Agenda item number 10, report and possible discussion on central office heating, ventilating, and air conditioning HVAC replacement by Terry Lopez, Technical Service Manager.
Thank you, Chairman. This is just a report to bring you up to speed where we are on the replacement of the HVAC system for this building. If you remember when we were doing the mold remediation a couple of years back, we had 3 steps. The first 2 steps were to take all the exterior and interior coatings off the walls and to replace them and to remediate all the mold. This is the last step in that particular project where we will take all the water piping out of the plenum area and take it outside and put a new dry air system in the building. As you can see here, there's leaky lines, there's fan coil pans that overflow that cause moisture. So going back to where we thought we were about 3 years ago, we were in the process of replacing all the HVACs with the contractor. We had a contractor almost signed. We had already been out for bids. The bids came in. The contractor noted several errors and omissions in the process. As we looked closer, we felt like that we would expose the BRA to over the contract limit. So at that time, the staff decided that it would be best for the BRA to reject all construction bids. We eventually also terminated our contract with our engineer who designed this package, and we started over. We went through the process of putting together a bid package to select a new engineer. And in October of 2014, we advertised. We had 5 bidders come in. We took the top 2 and brought them in for in-house review and discussions. And out of that, we selected Hewitt Zollers, who we felt like was the most competent and had the best credentials for doing the job we had. They, in turn, in the process, we negotiated a contract with them. We're in the process of signing that contract probably in the next week to 10 days. At that point, they will go back out and develop a set of construction specifications so we can go out for bids. We plan to do this by December. We hopefully begin construction in April of 2016, and it should take between 10 and 12 months to complete the project.
Let me say this. My reaction to this was the same as yours. Why the heck is it taking you so long? And the answer is, like the old thing says, you want it bad, you get it bad. And if you all recall, our track record with certain engineering companies has not been very good. And so we have been very conservative, and we've been very picky about what we'll accept and not accept. And so, if you want to blame somebody, blame me. But that's why we're doing this.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Right. Agenda item number 11, report and possible discussion on fiscal year 2016 financial forecast by John Halls and Jim Forte.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is the item we've been bringing to you all in April of each year as a very preliminary look of our budget process. Go ahead.
If you recall, about time flies when you're having fun, but I think about 5 years ago, our process, we didn't do this. We didn't let y'all see what we were thinking about the budget and what we thought it was going to be and so forth. We had a director at the time said, why don't we have a second reading? In other words, why can't we get some kind of an insight before it comes time to vote here in July? And so this is really what this is. This is a very preliminary look at the future and what we think it's going to be. And if you have, after you get home and think about it, if you say, well, I wonder what they're going to do about that, drop us a card, send me an email, do whatever you need to do, but let us know where you can be involved in the process.
Yes, you have in your material, and by the way, there are 2 parts. I'll do the first part. As you saw in there, Jim's got a little bit of a longer range look at it, but In the first part of it that I'm looking at, which is the fiscal 16 budget, there's a couple of documents in your material. One is a 5-year forecast. It's really the current year, 15, and then 5 years, 16 through 20, and then some assumptions. And that's what we're going to talk about for just a second, is a few of the assumptions that that we're utilizing in the development of this year's budget. On the revenue side, you'll see in a minute that the system rate has got really somewhat of a nominal increase for the next few years, and I'll explain why as we go through there in a minute. Not too much change in the non-system raw water part. Some of our legacy contracts, if you will. Lake Ops is we project, of course, will go down as we do anticipate the sale of some of our leased property at Possum Kingdom and stuff. And then our interest income, as you can see, we talked about the rates. We've got some very gradual expectations of rate increases of about 5 basis points for over the next 5 years or so that we build in for our reserves. On the expense side, what's currently in this particular model that you see is really a index rolling average. It's not the actual numbers. We're still very much in the process of developing the budget. The budget worksheets are being produced throughout the departments as we speak. They will be compiled over the next few weeks and months, and obviously the final budget recommendation will be brought to you, as Phil said, in July at the July meeting. But a couple of the items that are personnel related, and of course, obviously, our personnel is one of the largest pieces of our budget. On a staffing standpoint, on a staff size standpoint, we're anticipating at this point that there'll actually be a reduction of 2 full-time positions on a net basis. So actually the size of the organization, I think you approved 256 full-time people, and I think right now it stands at 254 full-time people. There's a few ins and outs, there's a few additions, there's a few deletions. The net reduction is two people on a full-time position. You see no change on the part-time. On the recommendation of compensation increases for the next, again, for fiscal 16. ECI, which stands for Employment Cost Index, is a factor we use to determine what rate it needs for us to stay competitive in the marketplace throughout the whole organization. That's at 1.6%, so we're recommending a 1.6% across the board increase for fiscal 16. And then we're putting in in addition to that, we're putting in a 3.5% performance-based pool. That will be distributed out to employees, again, on a performance base based on their performance criteria and performance reviews and things like that. So that's very comparable to what we had last year on a total. Obviously it's 5.1% total, and that was very close to what we had used in the current year that we're in right now. Possum Kingdom RSMU, again, this is our group that does our dam maintenance there at PK. It's an in-house group. We have been shifting the cost of those expenditures from capital. They've been capitalized expenditures in the past, and we've been slowly shifting them over to the operating budget, whereas a lot of their work is more maintenance related, we believe, from an accounting standpoint. And so that actually puts it more in our operating budget, and that's just been a change we've been doing over time. This fiscal 16, we intend to complete that shift where it'll all be operating cost. And there's an implication on our system rate. It makes our system rate pay for that, which is appropriate because we're talking about maintenance of one of our largest reservoir. This is just again, the detailed information is in your material. It shows more breakdown of the revenues and more breakdown of the expenses by department. But this just shows the summary. Again, the first column, of course, is the current year we're in right now, and it's sort of showing projected where we think we're going to be at the end of this year, and then 16 through 20, just to give you an idea. One of the things I might point out is that the revenue is going up. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Actually, this isn't a pointer. But if you look at the revenue, you can see how the revenue is going up, and that is as some of our legacy contracts will be transitioning over to system rate over the next few years. So we have some impact there. Expenses obviously are going up a little bit based on just some of the indexing I talked about, just anticipation and things. On the capital project side, that's down here about two-thirds of the way down. That's still very much in flux. We're still working on our capital project list and what we're going to do on a capital project side. You can see in fiscal 15, the current fiscal year, we're projecting to spend between $4 and $5 million this fiscal year, but then we certainly believe that's going to ramp up significantly in the next few years as we have more. Yes.
Projects.
Yes.
It looked like you had a pretty big number in it last year. It's not on this sheet, but.
Yes,
And then we did not spend it, or we have not spent it, so we were gonna have a big surplus, but that's not reflected.
well,
in there.
you're exactly right. We budgeted about $18 million in capital project spend
Yeah.
in 15. And
Yeah.
we're going to spend about 4 of it. A
Right.
lot of that's going to get deferred. It's going to get deferred out into 16. And in fact, the numbers in 16, 17 might end up being a little higher than they are right there, that what we're seeing. We just don't have that done yet, so I don't have the latest numbers, but they will be higher in the next few years. And just like we were talking about, as Phil was alluding to, what's going to happen is, even though you'll see that our system rate, let me go forward to the next slide real quick, and you'll see. Whereas the projected system rate increases, just as we're looking at right now, are very nominal. You can see I've just plugged in basically $1 increase in each of the next 3 or 4 years. But when you get out to 20, you can see all of a sudden it's a bigger jump. It may be higher than that on some of those other years too. As our capital costs go up, we may very well have to borrow more money and have debt service. And so it's very likely that our system rate may begin to ramp up higher than that sooner. And certainly, as Phil alluded to, it's going to ramp up significantly in the out years. As Allen's Creek begins to kick in and other supply projects kick in, 70 or...
Go back to the other
Yes.
slide. What was interesting to me was that you're showing that our ending reserves have gone down to really, really little numbers. However, with the capital projects not matching, it would seem that we wouldn't have those ending reserves down that low. And besides, doesn't it affect your ability to borrow money if you get your ending reserves that low?
Yes, we certainly are sensitive to the reserves. That's what I was saying. If you look on here, you see bond proceeds down there in the lower item where we've just, right now, again, plugged in $10 million for 2019 and 20. If the project costs, the capital project costs go higher than that 12, that 10, that 8 that you see right there, we're probably going to have to borrow some money in 16, maybe not 16, but 17 and 18 and things like that. So we'll probably have more borrowing, which will actually, to keep our reserves at an adequate level. I mean, we believe that even though there's not all that's actually required in our reserves policy is to have a working capital reserve, which is only about, well, I say only, it's maybe $7 or $8 million. Okay, that's our minimum. We're not going to ever, I mean, in my opinion, that's not prudent to get anywhere down that low.
Right.
We're going to try to stay, our plan is to stay up at least to the 15 to closer to the $20 million mark as far as the minimum balances of our reserves, because we feel like that's the most prudent point, and also that's well received by our bond, just like you were by the bond rating agencies and things like that. So
Required, you mean required statutorily or for good credit from the bond market?
well, actually, the board, the reserves policy that this board adopted has a working capital reserve is one of the reserve elements in there. And that's 90 days of working capital. And that's the number I was alluding to, which is $7 to $8 million right now. That's really the floor. That's the absolute minimum. We have a self-insurance reserve number, which is less than $1 million. It's a fairly minor number. The rest of them are discretionary. They're contingency reserves and rate stabilization reserve that we also maintain. And we do have a repair and replacement reserve we also have, which is about $4 or $5 million. That's actually that's required by our bond covenants. Okay, so that's really a restricted fund. It's not even in this number. So you can think about in a way that we've got another $4 or $5 million in addition to those numbers right there that are in a restricted fund for repair and replacement, the types of things that's required in our bond covenants. So that's the only thing that's required. But again, as a practical matter, a reserve closer to 15 to 20 million is probably more than likely what we'll be at, and we will manage, our borrowing in the future to meet that.
What kind of debt coverage ratio do we borrow at when we do issue bonds?
One point, the bond covenant actually requires a 1.1%
That's
covenant. The board approved several years ago, before I was here actually, I believe, the board approved a 1.3, a more conservative, to give us even more thing. That is very well received by the rating agencies and stuff, and helps us with our rate setting when we get interest rates and we're going out to borrow. So we use a 1.3% coverage ratio is what we build in. In fact, you'll see in the next one.
Thank you.
You can see the very last line down there. Now, we're higher than that in 15 in the current year because our projections show we're going to have some surplus. We're going to have a higher surplus in 15 than we budgeted for. We actually budget for 1.3. It's where we set our rates to achieve 1.3. So anyway, our projected system rate increase, you can see, are very nominal. Again, one of the main reasons that's going to be the case for the next couple of years is that we do have a couple of legacy contracts with in the utility industry that are going to migrate over to system rate, and that will raise our revenues, our system water revenues up, and they'll be paying a lot more money. Those contracts from a revenue standpoint in fiscal 16 and 17 than obviously future years.
Is there an argument that and again, we are a nonprofit, and I get that. I think I have to be careful on how I think sometimes, but isn't there, thank you. I mean, isn't there an argument that we would increase I think I brought this up again last year, that we should increase our rate even more, like a couple of dollars, or what we're doing for employees, 5%, 5.1%. On a year after year basis.
Yes. Well, exactly.
Not necessarily tied to employment.
We've talked about this before. The problem we've got as a public entity is that we can't raise our rates really any more than our budget really calls for us to raise our rates. From my standpoint, standing before customer meetings in summer, when we're talking about the people that are paying those rates, they're not all that interested in paying a higher rate for us to put money in our reserves.
To build
in fact,
stuff.
most taxpayers are not too interested in governments paying any sort of higher rates and fees or taxes so that the government can store their money for them for future use.
Well, I'm just looking at it as, instead of the curve being so steep later, we will be there later, but you're right, they don't want it sitting in reserve. They'd rather just, when it happens, it happens.
And we're looking at that. And this rate, when we get finished, it's possible, this is just preliminary, it could be a little bit higher than that, even in the next year stuff. We'll have a much better look in a couple of months when as we finish our budget, and we'll look at that.
Okay.
We're well aware that we've got a very low rate right now. We enjoy that because, to be quite honest with our facilities, our dam facilities are older facilities. Their cost for the most part has been spent, but as you saw from David Collinsworth, there's going to be a significant amount of expenditures that are coming up on those facilities to maintain those. So yes, the rates will go up, and yes, we'll absolutely work to maintain a reasonable increase structure on those rates as they do so. Any other questions on that? I'll turn it over to Jim. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't finish this was just summary. This is just showing the projected how, again, you create the rate as a function of whatever you need in your system water requirement. You divide it by the number of contracted units of long-term acre feet, and that's what creates your rate. But that's currently what it is proposed to be. We'll see as we bring back the budget. I'll turn it over to you.
And let me follow on with what John was just trying to talk about. And Beck Brune did about half of my first part of my presentation for me. We're developing the 2016 state water plan. We know it's going to look different than the 2011 plan. Some of the things that we're looking at is new projects, and some of those projects moving forward on the calendar and on the schedule, and then revised costing that occurs every 5 years as they change the engineering cost. Again, Beck mentioned the initially prepared plans are going to be published in May, and we use so much of the projects that are included in those plans to forecast what our future rates are, that it is a little premature for us to be doing a lot of work, especially on the long-range financial planning stuff. But again, we bring the budget back to you in July, and at that time we'll have a lot better feel for the long-range plan as well, because we'll have the IPP and some other things working. This is from last year's presentation, and just to point out that over the planning horizon, we've got about $1.2 billion worth of projects, the majority of it, a little over $1 billion in new water projects. And again, the fact that these are out here loaded up, that may change in the new water plan, and we're just waiting to see how that evolves. This is a chart that talks about the legacy contracts that John was just mentioning and the transition. And you can see we're here in 2015, 2016, and we've got about 80,000 acre feet of contracts that we have with utility companies essentially to finance the construction of two of our reservoirs. They're expiring over 2016, 2017, and they are converting to the system rate. 80,000 acre feet at our system rate right now is about $5 million more revenue. And that helps contribute to keeping that rate fairly flat. Again, you saw this again last year, Director Tesh, the coverage that we were talking about. This is what we call our dashboard, and these are the output panels from our long-range financial plan. And the thing that we always do is we solve back to a 1.3 coverage on any of our analysis. This right here in 2020, 21, 22 represents Allen's Creek. And you can see how it influences the rates. The rates start kicking up there. We're going to dispatch a little bit of cash. That's the blue bars. Also probably issue some bonds. That's the red bars. And you can see that there's a lot of interaction between how our reserves happen. With a 1.3 times coverage, that means that for every $1 million in debt service, we have $1.3 million in net income. Once you pay that debt service payment, you got $300,000 that goes right back into your reserves. So that policy that the board adopted back several years ago contributes to the maintenance of our reserves. Again, we'll have more information when we come back to you in July for your board meeting, and we can answer any questions, hopefully, that you have now. Again, so much of our information is preliminary at this point that it's hard to tie anything down.
Jim, you're looking forward well down the road in a lot of these estimates here. And I know your report there from the water planning people was for a drought from 11 to 15. But what happens if some of these long-range hydrologists, like people I read about in the local papers, because we're closer to Austin than we are to other places down there in Bell County, some of those folks are reporting and being recorded in the paper to make us have the idea that we're on the first few years of a 20-year drought. If something like that actually turns out to be correct, I guess California will turn into a desert. And what'll that do to the BRA? Anybody looking at that kind of long-term?
I'll defer to Brad. He's more on the consequence side than the planning side.
There are a lot of people that are looking at that, irrespective of what your feelings are on climate change. Is, if something is going on and we have less water in the future than we have in the past, how does that impact us, and what do we need to do? For us here at BRA, what it means is that the system of reservoirs that we've contracted against for the firm yield will no longer be able to supply that water through a repeat of the drought record. And we saw a little bit of a glimpse of that at Lake Proctor from 1998 to 2001, where we did have a new drought record. And in that instance, we went back to all the customers that we had at Lake Proctor. I think there were 4, maybe 5, and we have 3 of those customers left today, and we had to renegotiate their contracts. So, by 30%. So, we reevaluated the firm yield of Lake Proctor, and it went down from about 18,000 down to 13,000 acre feet per year, and which was that 30%. And so we ended up having to renegotiate those contracts. And so, there are a lot of people that are studying this. The Corps of Engineers and USGS are involved in an effort, particularly in the upper Brazos. So a bunch of entities are monitoring it. I don't think that there's any conclusive evidence that anything conclusive or firm has happened yet or needs to happen, but that's what would likely happen if, in the event that we find ourselves 10 years from now and things are still going along the way that they have the last 5.
To what degree do we live in a supply and demand world? If water really becomes significantly in shortage, Does that mean the price is going to go way up?
Yeah, and I think, you know, the part of what's going to drive that price up is a lot of these projects that take forever can't take forever anymore. And we're going to, you know, I don't know how it's going to happen. Phil uses the terminology significant emotional event, but, you know, when some city like, you know, Waco or Round Rock or whoever it may be really literally runs out of water, that's going to change the way people think. And that's going to have an impact on the cost and the timing and all of that.
I can tell you from experience, if you don't have water, your rates go up 60%.
I mean, I think Abilene's a great example of that. Looking at the amount of money that Abilene is just all of a sudden having to spend $90 million on the company that is, A, not going to rain, B, they're going to have water. I mean, they're probably running out of water. So spending that kind of money and impacting their rates in the very short term, you'll start seeing more of that.
Come to Mineral Wells and I'll show you.
Find ourselves in a drought. I mean, that's the problem with a drought. You never know when it's going to be. So how do you manage your resources around?
The projects, it's amazing. It's $500 million. And then you start seeing what's going on with the price of your water. It's going to go up 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times more, especially if you have to go to desal. And that's going to be big.
And that's why you're starting to see a lot of interest in what are more or less called drought tolerant or drought resistant strategies like aquifer storage and recharge and Gulf of Mexico desal and those types of things. The thing about it is the more advanced you get from a technology standpoint, the more expensive the water is going to be that you extract from that technology.
Planners 4 or 5 years ago never anticipated that we'd have a drought like we're going through right now. Just wasn't on the horizon.
Any more questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? No further business. Adjourn meeting.